I was on mute. Sorry, guys. You can hear. You should be able to hear me now. Okay, so we went over the TDA. We went over the before the steps, things that I also feel is vital before you start writing your goals out, which is to brag on yourself, to embrace who you are now. You know, do you still want the same things that you even wanted last year, this year? Not transferring your 2024 goals over to 2025, but actually sitting, reevaluating, and planning from the place that you are right now. Forgiving yourself. What do you need to forgive yourself for from last year? I had mentioned I needed to forgive myself for not losing the weight I said I was going to do, but also I lost a little bit though. Hey, you know, during this last couple months, I had to forgive myself for not reaching the financial goals I had intended for myself. What else? Oh, let me take this one down. Sorry. We went to own who you are by taking your assessments, doing all your DISC assessments, your love languages, reflecting on, we did a lot of reflecting. We talked about a lot of reflection. And then expecting to change, making room for what we say we want. So as we plan out our goals in these 12 areas and we say out loud, this is what we want, let's start making space for that. Let's not be surprised when it happens. Oh my God. You know, when people say, oh, did you mean to win the Grammy? Yes, I did. Yeah, I meant to win that. I planned for that. Make room for it. We talked about designing our life, how we want our day to look, like from day to day. If we could have, be, do anything we want, how would that day look? How would we wear our hair? How would we dress? Who's around us? We talked about planning out our 1, our 5, and our 10-year goals, like retirement or saving for school, our kids' college. And then I broke down my 7-step process for achieving any goal. So I believe you could take that 7-step process. I know a lot of you have downloaded that worksheet. If you use that worksheet for every goal, and that's a worksheet you can use for your kids too. If your kids have a goal to start a lemonade stand, okay, my goal is to start a lemonade stand. How do you want to balance that out? How do you want to, what routines would you do? Okay, every Friday, I'm going to do this. Every Monday, I'm going to work on my money for my lemonade stand. Like let me put a picture of my lemonade stand on the wall. So you could take that 7-step plan and use that for any goal. So now we're going to work on our health and fitness goals, relationship, finance, home, self-care, fun, and personal development. So I am going to bring up the 7-step slide. Go ahead, and if you downloaded that worksheet, you should have that. So I know a lot of you downloaded it. And if you did not download it, then you are on pages 88, 88 through 99 in your journal, in your handbook. So you're on page 88, January Health and Fitness, to 99. Okay, so I'm going to pull up my slides and then we're just going to go through it. And I had slides for each one of these, and then I decided I was just going to, because I was getting too involved with these slides, I said I would just have the slides basic for each one. So give me a second, let me pull that up. Thank you guys. I'm everybody. I'm the tech. I'm the speaker. Okay, I'll just be little. Okay, so 7 steps to achieving your, oh, there we go, your health and fitness goals. So if you go to, I'm going to read page 88. I'm not going to read the whole thing. So it kind of starts with my love for, now I don't like a lot of food, plus I have a lot of allergies, but the food that I do like, I eat a lot of. And so it doesn't help me. And so I love like shrimp and grits. I love like my husband and I celebrated last night. We decided to skip the dessert and just have that today, but we will have that today. So we have our lava cake with our, whipped cream. And so the things that I love are just a lot of calories. And so when I turned 50, my body just decided, oh yeah, I'm just going to keep the weight on. It didn't matter what I did. It didn't matter. So I know there's some hormonal changes that happen when you turn a certain age. And then when you're African American, we look young, we keep our, everything is good. And then I started feeling, my body started changing. I started having aches and pains. And, this is from having apple cider vinegar, having green smoothies, having this stuff where nothing was working for my body. And so this is your opportunity to evaluate or to look at how. So now, if I'm getting older and my husband's getting older, we have to keep in mind just not for our health, but for the health of our kids, for the health of each other. Because we ended up taking care of his mom. She was sick. We ended up taking care of her for a little bit. And sometimes our parents get ill. They get ill. It's unfortunate, but sometimes they get ill because they don't take care of themselves. So as adults, yes, we can eat what we want. Yes, we can do what we want. Yes, we don't have to exercise. But also keep in mind, as you're working on your health and fitness, keep your partner in mind. Don't be the person that's being in the wheelchair. Now, of course, there's things you can't avoid, but I'm saying the things that you can avoid. So we want to start looking at those legacy health goals. So for your number one health and fitness goals, your first thing is to write. And if you guys want to put in the chat, you can too. There's the QR code again for the companion sheet for this exercise. If you guys want to put inside of the chat what your number one health and fitness goal is for the year, and then you can write that down. Why is this goal important to me? One obstacle that can keep me from reaching this goal, and one skill I can learn that would help me to reach this goal. So my number one health and fitness goal, I think it was the same one that was last year. I need to lose this weight, and I'm doing good. I'm doing a lot better. So my number one health and fitness goal is going to be, there's a space in here too to put all of your number ones. Try and find that. Apologize here. On page 79 through 82, there's a place to put all your number ones. So I'm going to make a chart too with all of them on one sheet. That way, when you put your number one health and fitness, your number one home goal, your number one relationship goal, when you have all your number ones on one sheet, that's what I recommend. That's how we do our vision board parties. So when we have our vision board workshops, we take our number one goal in each category for the 12 months. And whatever that number one goal is, those are the photos that we use for our vision board. So that is a tip that I would recommend when you guys are making your vision board, that you have your number one goals on there. We're going to have a vision board session on January 11th. That's going to be the one thing that we're going to do first. Have our number ones and then cut out photos. So my number one is to weigh, not to lose, to weigh 165 pounds by April 2025. So my number one health and fitness goal is to weigh 165 pounds by April 2025. And that is a complete goal instead of I want to lose weight. This goal is important to me because it's going to help me get more energy. I think I'm falling asleep earlier. Plus, I'm getting up at 3 a.m. That's a whole other situation. But it's affecting my energy levels. Dehydration is affecting me. And so in order for me to reach the goals that I'm trying to reach in 2025, I have to maintain my weight and I have to maintain my energy. So help me reach other goals. Because if you're not healthy and you can't get out the bed and you're sick, you're not going to be able to reach your other goals. That's why this goal is first. And it's also first in the journal, in the handbook, because there's a lot of specials that go on in January. A lot of gyms are offering things. A lot of people are talking about health and fitness. So this is and a lot of health and fitness equipment is on sale. So January is a good month to work on your health and fitness because the world is setting those goals as well. Everybody's going to the gym in January. They may not be there in February, but everybody's there in January, so this is a good time. One obstacle that can keep you from reaching the goal. What is the one obstacle that can keep you from reaching your number one health and fitness goal? My obstacle is stress. I didn't think that was my obstacle, but sometimes I ate from stress. Sometimes I ate because I felt like if other things weren't going the way that I wanted it to go, at least I can have cheesecake and the world will be better. So I have to stop that. And I think maybe a lot of other people eat as well like that. One skill I can learn that will help me reach this goal is discipline. So I have to be disciplined. One person that can help me reach this goal, and I'm going to put my husband, Brian, because I believe this is a journey that we need to do together this year. I think sometimes he's scared to tell me not to eat something, even though he gives me food too. That's a whole nother situation, and he's watching, so I have to be careful. My plan of action for achieving this goal is, so my plan of action today, we started our water challenge. So we're doing a 5-day water challenge. That's going to help me get my, stay hydrated. And I've already had a couple of things of tea, which I normally don't drink. I'm also going to limit my coffee to 1 cup a day. 1 cup a day. We're doing a 21-day Daniel fast starting on the 6th. And then I'm going to do a smoothie. So all for the month of January, I'm doing water, doing 21-day plant-based, and then I'm doing a juice fast. So that'll get it kicked off for January. So that's my plan of action for now. And then having a workout plan with my husband. Okay, I will complete this goal by, and that will be April 2025. Okay, so if you are listening, here is your time to, while we're now, just a whole work session. You can go ahead, get your health and fitness goal together. And now you want to put additional goals that you want to reach, health and fitness goals that you want to reach. If you look in the back of your handbook on page 286, I give you samples of goals that you can create or choose if you're still working on them. So say for health and fitness, buy organic fruits and vegetables every Friday at the local farmer's market. So that's one of those routines, farmer's market Friday. Every Friday I'm going to go to the farmer's market and I'm going to buy fruits and vegetables and actually eat them. Commit to a regular workout routine. Do 50 sit-ups every morning before getting dressed. Drink 1 gallon of water every day. Now that is for me, that depends on your body weight. So you usually drink your body weight in ounces, half your body weight in ounces, or if you live in like a dry area or, you may need more water. If you exercise more, you need more water. So that's going to depend on, I don't know if you want to talk to your doctor to figure out the amount of water that you need. Joining a local gym, lose 19 pounds by April 15th. Maintain a balanced diet. Spend 30 minutes on the treadmill every day. Stick to a meatless Monday plan for the entire year. And that's a good routine to do if you say, hey, I'm going to have a meatless Monday every Monday for 52 weeks. We did that 1 year and it was awesome. It was hard, but it was awesome because you start thinking about what else can I cook on a Monday if it doesn't include meat. And you start to be creative with your how you eat. Take a 15-minute walk every day, especially those of you who work a full-time job, or even if you work a desk job, you definitely want to get up. And that's one of the things that happened to me. I worked a desk job. I sat down all day and ate. It was in sale, so people just brought food. You don't even need to get up. They brought cakes and cookies and pies. My daughters worked at Panera Bread, and it was just ridiculous. So a lot of my weight gain came from that as well, COVID, and it just spiraled from there. But if you work a day job, make sure you get up, or maybe on your 15-minute break, you can take some snacks and walk. So while you're walking, you're doing snacks. You're having snacks. Take a multivitamin every day. Let me see. Work out 3 days a week on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Okay. So you have, even if you are, so what you're doing, you're working on your number one health and fitness goal. And now you also are working on other goals that you want to reach. And you can see here in the back of your book, there's all types of samples that you have. Okay. Research. So based on the goals that you set, what research do you need to provide additional support? So say if your goal is to do intermittent fasting, what type of research do you need to do intermittent fasting? Is there a book on intermittent fasting? Are you doing keto? Is there a book that you need on keto? I'm doing a 21-day fast. There's books that I've already had that I keep, like the Daniel Fast book, Forks Over Knives. There's a plant-based book I have. And then my daughter and I created a plant-based challenge. And so we have a whole menu already planned out for the 21 days. So based on the health and fitness goals that you put down, what research do you need? I am going to see if I have some. Okay, so that's the first step, which is step 1. I quickly went to research, but I want to talk about balance too. So when you're working on your health and fitness goals, a lot of people work on appearance, like fitness, and then you might be working on some type of meal plan. But I wanted to offer you, for balance, make sure mental health. It's so important, and it's so sad right now. We're next to a high school, and in the last couple weeks, there was a lot of teenagers that took their life. And we have a freeway. There's a freeway like right by the school, and some of these are athletes. So you never know like what's going on in the minds of people. So as you're working on your health and fitness, also work on your mental health, your physical health, your brain health. There's a good book by, I keep turning around because I have a bigger bookshelf. It's downstairs. There's a book by Dr. Amen. He talks about the brain. He talks about fruits and vegetables and like dark chocolate and things that are good for your brain health to keep your brain moving. So if you are trying to get more, maybe you're studying and going to school this year. Maybe you are working on a book. Maybe you are working on curriculum. Maybe you want to work on your brain. Maybe you want to eat certain fruits and vegetables. So that's really, that's a good resource. Emotional health, Lord, so we want to work on our emotional health. So there's other things besides just physical health and fitness when it comes to that section. And this could be a lot. And here's how we put this together. We go deep into our physical health and fitness, what we want to achieve. When we get down, breaking this whole thing down, then we create routines. Once you create those routines, you move on to your next area, you create routines, and then your year should be about the routines that you incorporate into your lifestyle, where it's not so much work. This is the work part. And then you incorporate the routines and you just work it out. And you get your accountability partner, right? So research. What books and magazines do you need to read? Magazines are declining right now, but there's a lot of online magazines. There's a lot of articles. There's a lot of YouTube stuff, So what books and magazines do you need to read for your health and fitness, for your brain health, for your mental health. There's psychology today. There's a lot of things going on. Podcasts. What podcasts can you listen to? Based on the health and fitness physical goals that you set for yourself, what podcasts are available for you to listen to? You can listen to it in a car, 30 minutes a day. What websites? A lot of websites have email newsletters. Maybe there's a health and fitness newsletter. If you're a part of like Kaiser, I love Kaiser. So Kaiser has newsletters. They have articles on their websites. They have events that you can attend. They have free things that you can attend. So if you have whatever hospital, whatever doctor, or whatever health insurance you have, see if they have a newsletter. My husband's job, he works for aerospace. They have like an app where they actually pay him to do certain stuff. Hey, if you get a physical this year, we're going to pay you $50. Hey, if you get your eyes checked, we're going to give you $20. And there's like a little app. And when he does it and shows the proof, clicks on it. And at the end of the year, there's a whole reward just for taking care of himself because they want everybody to be healthy. So that was their incentive. So check with your jobs and see what they have available for you to help you with your health and fitness. So the research is, now that you know what your goals are, figure out how to balance it out and then get your research. And now you're writing affirmations. So I think, something else I want to tell you about research, documentaries. So every time we do like a 21-day fast, or every time we do like a plant-based fast, or every time we do like a sugar detox, I always try to pair it with a documentary so I could see and hear. Some good documentaries that I like, Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead. If you haven't watched that, I love that. Every time we get ready to do our juice fast, we watch that. There is Hungry for Change. If you are considering like getting off of white sugar and flour and diet sodas, Hungry for Change is a really good documentary. I had another documentary on here. That's a nearly day, Hungry for Change. Forks Over Knives. So it's pretty much saying you can control your fork. If you don't control your fork, you'll probably be having surgery. I have a whole list. I'm gonna try to see how I can get that list to you guys, because this is a bunch of them, but I'm trying to give you my favorite ones. There's a new one on Netflix. I forgot the name of it, but if you comment in the video, I can put it later. It's Asians that are like over 100. It's on Netflix, and they go to an Asian community, and it shows them that lived over 100. It shows what they ate. It shows how they walk. It shows how they live, and he kind of interviews everybody, and that's really, really good. So watching documentaries during this time, if you're thinking about losing weight, or you're thinking about anything health related, go find a documentary, go find a movie, especially if you're going to go vegan. There's all kind of vegan movies, documentaries. Watch it with your family. So everybody, I'm always going to say, hey, if you have people in your household, the more people you get involved with your goals, don't just keep them to yourself. You create a support system for yourself. So you guys can all watch the movies together, watch the documentaries together. I highly recommend the Hungry for Change and the Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead, Forks Over Knives. You can watch that together as a family. Okay, some books, magazines, TV shows, DVDs, apps. I'm going to tell you some of my favorite apps, like Lose It. Lose It is really good. I have the paid version, so you can scan items to see what the calories are. You can put your whole recipes in there and break down if you're having so many calories a month. There's an app on our phones that we have, to track your steps. So you have a lot of resources available to you, and then you want to get those ahead of time. Okay, and then after you write your affirmations, you're going to create a visual. So in your handbook, there's a place for you to put a picture. Now, I already have my picture that I'm put here, and I didn't want to cut it out now because I don't need y'all to see it, but it's a picture of J-Lo, because J-Lo, she looks good for her age. At least, she keeps herself up. And so When you see my book, you're going to see a picture of Jayla. I already have it. I just got it printed out. And then we bought this little, we got this little camera. It was on my door. You can see it now. But it prints out those size photos too that you can put here. And that's a really good camera for that. Let's see. Now you want to create your routines. So on page 97, whatever goals that you set for yourself, you're going to create your routines. And this is where the magic happens. So I'm going to give some examples to see if I have some here in this book. So I used to do this when my kids were younger, called Fast Food Friday. So it wasn't fast food that we went out to fast food. It was that I put food out throughout the house that was fast. So like whole oranges, whole apples, peanuts. I'm allergic to tree nuts like almonds and cashews and things like that. So we would have like packages that they could take with them. But having good fruits and vegetables out on Fridays for your family so they can see the colors and see that, and you can have it really quick. So you can incorporate that. Fresh Air Friday, maybe every Friday, make sure you're opening up your windows and getting some fresh air and seeing the sun. That helps with mental health. I know these are a lot of Fridays. Fitness Friday, Move It Monday. Maybe you can move every Monday. Walk It Out Wednesday. Every Wednesday you're walking. Water Wednesday. Maybe every Wednesday you're only drinking water. We talked about Meatless Monday. Salad Saturday. Maybe this is the day that you make sure that you have a nice green salad, working with your family, having like a kale salad, and everybody's having salad. That cuts down some of the other bad eating that's happening in the household. Sleep in Saturday. Sometimes we just need to sleep in. Sometimes we just need rest, especially a lot of entrepreneurs. Tone it up Tuesday. Maybe on Tuesday, you're just working on toning up your body, spending 30 minutes on that. And then we talked about Workout Wednesday. So that's where you want to put this at. So if Monday you're going to work out, Wednesday you're only going to drink water only, Saturday you're going to sleep in, Tuesday you're going to tone it up. You want to put that in and put that in with a time. So now when you're making your calendar, you want to punch those times in, okay? Wednesday. Now, here's how you work it out with your family or your spouse. Share your goals. Hey, if your spouse has a workout day that's Tuesday and you have a workout day that's Friday, maybe you guys come together and have the same workout day, same time, and you work out together. Now you're doing 2 goals at one time. Now you have a relationship goal going on. I'm going to turn off this light because it seems like it's really... Now you have a relationship goal. Now you have a workout goal. And now you're doing 2 things at once. So that's how you can start incorporating your goals. I think, and then last, you want to put your accomplishments. So on page 98, you want to say what your accomplishments were. What did you achieve this month? And what was your challenge? And how will you celebrate? And this is good because when we get to this time of year, at the end of the year or the beginning of the year, you can go back to all your reflection pages and you can write your wins. So when it comes to the beginning of the year, seeing what your wins were and seeing what your challenges were, you're writing it in the moment. You're not waiting to the end of the year to try to remember what happened. You're doing it in the moment. Okay? All right, you guys. See, I was slower this time because I went too fast this first time. And so that was our health and fitness. So hopefully you have your handbook, you had your worksheet. You should have filled that page out as I was going. So next, we're going to work on our relationship goals. I'm going to take a pause to see if you guys have questions. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, or maybe there's one of those routines or resources that I mentioned that helped you, please let me know. We're going to move on to the second session. Give me a second. Oops, I'm back. All right, you guys, we are on session 9, relationship goals. Okay, this is the camera I was talking about. I don't know if you can see it. Just a little fun camera you can use if you want to take quick, like Polaroid type pictures to put in your vision board or your book. All right, so now we're going to go into relationship goals. This is session 9. And remembering our 7 steps. So our first step is going to be to write. What is your number 1 relationship goal for 2025? If you have that and you're listening in the chat, I know people are watching in different spaces. Like some people are watching on YouTube, some are on Facebook. I was doing Instagram Live, but it's too much. So I am going to, for the benefit of trying to slow myself down a little bit, I'm going to read a quote. The bitterest tear shed over graves are for words left unsaid and deeds left undone. So basically, it's when people pass away that we realize we haven't said the things we want to say or do the things that we want to do with them. And those tears are normally tears of regret or tears of, tears of regret. I'm going to put this back up really quick for the relationship goals. So this is the companion worksheet. This takes you to the whole companion worksheet page. And then for we're on session 9 for relationship goals. Okay, so let me go back to that. So I'm going to read from the book. This focuses on relationship. And so while I did choose this category with Valentine's Day in mind, it's not just about romantic relationships. So in the month of February, so the handbook is designed for you to do throughout the course of a year. That pre-work, you do the pre-work in the beginning, your before the goals, your TDA, your number ones, and all that. You do that in the beginning, and then each month you just go hard on a particular category. So the month of February is when we go hard on our relationship goals. Let me put this up real quick. Yeah, so the month of February is when we go hard on our relationship goals. And so during this period, children exchange gifts with teachers, bosses show appreciation for employees, and loved ones reconnect. So by nurturing relationship requires ongoing commitment. Our busy lives often lead us to overlook quality time with family and friends. And so as an introvert, I understand the challenge of maintaining social connections. So with me outside of church, I tend to avoid every party. I'm not coming. I don't want to come. No. Outside of church, I tend to avoid gatherings, parties, and local events. So while I love my family and friends and online connections, I could easily stay home all day on my MacBook. And so I have to be careful of choosing that, even though I'm comfortable, that sometimes I realize, oh, I haven't been to nobody's house. I haven't been to no parties. When I do go, those events are life changing for me. When I do go to my friend's house, when I do go to the dinner, when I do accept the invitation, when I do the vending event, connecting with accountability partners and accountability groups, those things are life changing. So even here on this call or here on our day, there's a lot of people here from my accountability groups. And I'm just like, I didn't realize, I think I knew, but you don't realize the importance of people and being with people and having people support you and you supporting people, not just a one-way street. And so if you have strong relationships, if you are an extrovert, it's easy to overlook this goal, because you're like, oh yeah, I'm always around people. But I want to also encourage you to dig deeper. So if you are an extrovert and you are, having those relationships and those networks, I want you to be more specific. I want you to be more strategic about those relationships in February, because sometimes it's just our immediate family or immediate people. But with our coworkers, with our friends, with people that are out of state, with our nieces and nephews, like, yeah, you might be with your sisters and brothers, but what about your aunts and uncles and, friends? And so we want to take 2025 and kind of look a little bit deeper into those relationships. So right now I'm on page 105, and we're just doing the 7 steps again. Based on your ideal life, even the ideal life that you had in the beginning, what is your number one relationship goal? And so I know in the past I want to have a better relationship with my kids. I want to have a better relationship with my husband. I want to have a better relationship with God. And this year, and I think I chose that last year, I need to be intentional about the relationship that I have with myself, because all relationships are going to stem from that. And so if you have a good relationship with yourself, good job. But I have to be more intentional about having a better relationship with myself. Why is this goal important to me? Because, like I said, the relationship I have for myself, the relationship I have with myself, the confidence I have with myself, that's going to help with the other relationships that I have. Like they say, when you're on the plane, put the mask on yourself first. Okay, this goal is important to me. One obstacle that could stop me from reaching this goal: self-sabotage. Sometimes because we don't achieve what we want to achieve, then we put when I don't achieve what I want to achieve, sometimes I take that as a whole loss, and then you're a loss. And that's not true, So, obstacles, self-sabotage. One skill that I can learn that will help me reach this goal, even though I don't think this is a skill, I probably could do more affirmations, more self-talk, more uplifting and talking to myself, more inner talk. So it's not really a skill, but I need to work on that. One person that can help me reach this goal, Jesus. Only Jesus can help me with this goal. My plan of action. Last year I started self-care books. I thought I had one too. Not self-care. Self-love. I had a book. It was really good. It's like a self-love book and it had affirmations. It's probably downstairs. It's really good. I want to show you guys. But based on what you need. So say like your number one relationship is your spouse. Your number one relationship is coworkers. Your number one relationship, maybe you need to have a better relationship with your employees. Maybe if you have a virtual assistant, maybe you need to have a better relationship with that person. So depending on what you put, that's the type of resources that you're going to need your resources are going to look different than mine. So let me go to the some sample goals, again, in the back of your book. Some relationship goals, maybe you need to join a dating site. If you are dating or you're looking and you're having an issue finding, maybe one of your goals is to join a dating site by February 1st. Maybe one of your goals could be schedule a date night once a week if you're trying to have a better relationship with a certain person. Send a thoughtful text or a message to a friend every week. Send birthday cards to family and friends. I used to send, I'm going to get back to that in this year, sending actual cards in the mail, sending gifts in the mail. People get enough books. Not books, bills. We get enough bills in the mail. But this year, I'm going to be intentional about sending physical cards, birthdays, and thank you notes in the mail. Put that on my list. Set aside one day a week to have lunch, either with yourself or somebody else. Set aside a time for regular family dinners. So one of my goals is to have Sunday family dinners. Now that Sunday is my Sabbath day, to have Sunday dinners at our house. Strengthen your family, strengthen your relationship. Maybe you need to strengthen the relationship with your parents. So find a way to do that. If they're long distance, maybe you have a call every week. Maybe they're coming over every week. Maybe you're going over there every week. So those are some sample relationship goals that you can choose. Having a relationship with your neighbors. We moved from Corona to Rancho, and our neighbors are awesome. The best neighbors I ever had besides my neighborhood neighbors growing up. When I grew up in my grandmother's neighborhood, on Christmas, I was in charge of taking the pies to everybody's house. My grandmother had coffee with her neighbors. They came over every morning with coffee. She took care of their plants. She was like the plant whisperer. She had the green thumb. So if their plants were dying, they would come bring her plants. So out on our porch, we had plants that were covered on the porch, and she would take care of them. She would talk to them. She would give them coffee, water, and then they would come back and pick up their plants. And I haven't seen that since. And when I moved to Corona, day one, our neighbors were at our house introducing like old school with the donuts and hi, I'm this, here's my family. And they had our back. When things happened or something happened at our house, they called my husband, we want your phone number. What's your wife's phone number? And so they kept, sorry, I'm looking at my phone. Have a better relationship with your neighbors. It changes the game on how you live. What else? Connecting with your coworkers, getting to know some of your coworkers a little better. Facebook friends, it's so interesting. I don't know if we're really doing Facebook now. We've been doing Instagram and Twitter and getting followers, but there was a time when I was posting a lot on Facebook, and I actually had friends who turned into my friends from Facebook that we met in real life and developed a friendship. So maybe you're having some deeper relationships with people that you meet on social media. What else? Maybe old friends from school or college. They have a lot of sites now where you can connect with people that you went to school with. So that's an option for you. All right, let me turn this light off. All right, so hopefully you guys got some ideas about relationship goals that you can incorporate if you don't have. And then we're going to move on to research. So let's see. I have a bunch of notes here. And then we talked about relationships for extended family members like in-laws and like cousins and nephews and stuff like that. So research, what books can you read on relationships? There's a lot of relationship books, 7 Habits of a, let me see if I can find out. I know the name of it, but I can't think of it right now. They have a book called Avoiding the Networking Disconnect by Ivan Misner. So if one of your goals is to network, then that's the relationship book that you want. Give and Take by Adam Grant. Happy Wives Club by Fawn Weaver. Oh, I wonder if that's the same Fawn Weaver. Oh, Happy Wives Club. Relationships 101. That's a really good one by John C. Maxwell. Relationships 101. I have that book. That's a really good book. I don't know why I keep turning around like I have books, because I think a lot of my books that I'm looking for are downstairs. There was another book that How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. The 5 Love Languages. That's a good book for building your relationship with your spouse. The People Factor. That's really good. I love that book. I forgot who wrote that. But The People Factor, I probably read that book a few times over the years. So those are some books that you can put on your list. So based on the relationship that you want to build, that's the book that you need to read for your journey. All right. Okay, so I'm going to move on. What support team do you need? What podcast can you listen to when it comes to relationship? What websites? And then now your affirmations. So now you're creating your affirmations. Especially if you're an introvert and you're trying to build relationships, you need some affirmations. So this is what I wrote. What year was this? This is what I wrote a few years ago. I am Sheréa VéJauan. My relationships are awesome. I treasure each and every relationship in my life circle. I spend quality time with family members and friends. I call, text, write personal notes, and give gifts every day. I'm always available for my family and friends when they need me. My friends are leaders. My friends are kingdom builders, creative visionaries, and wealth producers. They are high achievers and the best in their fields of work and ministry. So you can create your affirmations of what your relationships look like and say them every day, or say them every day in the month of February. All right, and now we're going to visualize. You can cut out a picture and put what relationships will look like. Maybe you're looking for a relationship, and maybe you're putting a picture of you and that person on there. Routines. So we're on page 112, routines. Now you're putting in your routines. I told you guys about Text 10 Tuesday. In the back of your book, there is a sample of routines that you can use. So Text Tuesday. Text 10 people, ask them how they're doing. Text 10 different people, maybe 2 out of state, 2 you went to school with, 2 family members, 2 nieces, 2. So you can level it out to say, hey, I want to communicate with 10 different people every week. Coworker Wednesday. Maybe there's a Wednesday that you go out to lunch with your coworkers to get to know them better. Family Dinner Friday. Having a family dinner at your home every Friday. Family Friday. Facebook Friday. Again, if you're on Facebook, they tell you when birthdays are coming up, and you can make a point to make sure you're, slipping a little message. Hey, I heard it's your birthday. Facebook, let me know, happy birthday. Mentor Monday. Maybe this is the Monday that you mentor. Maybe this is the Monday that you have a couple of, high school students come over. You have dinner. And let's see. Send out cards Saturday. So maybe Saturday you spend some time to send out cards. Write thank you cards. Write just thinking about you cards. You never know you never know like now what people are going through, and just spending some time going oh, it's the same Fawn Weaver. Sorry, it's last minute. Yeah, because I was actually recommended that book for marriage a long time ago. I don't know if I got it. I think I got the Kindle version, and then I just remembered her with that. So, but thank you for the Fawn Weaver. Um, Wall of Fame Wednesday. This is old, but I used to do like what I call Wall of Fame Wednesday. Maybe you have someone that you admire. Maybe you have someone that you are aspiring to be like, not to be, but aspiring to be like. Take a picture, put it up. Take a look and say, hey, Tyler Perry, he did that, he accomplished that. I can accomplish that too. Sometimes just walking by that kind of keeps you reminded, like, this is where I am, this is where I'm on my way. Thankful Thursday, spending some time on Thursday, maybe thank a couple people, thank 3 people on Thursday. I always like it when it rhymes or does something. So every Thursday, say, hey, I'm going to send a message to 3 people, just thanking them for their contribution in my life or whatever. Teen Tuesday. Maybe you have a team. Maybe it's a small team. Maybe every Tuesday you're bringing donuts. Every Tuesday you're bringing coffee. Every Tuesday, now maybe they'll figure it out later, but you don't even have to tell them. You start thinking in your head, hey, it's Tuesday, let me take care of my team. Hey, it's Tuesday, who on my team can I just thank and say that? So this is how you put it into your sibling Sunday. Every Sunday, you're hanging out with your sibling or you're calling your sibling. So when you put it into your routines, then it doesn't become work for you. It's still work, but where you don't forget it. If you're texting people every Tuesday, that's one relationship goal that'll set you on the map for the whole year. Right? So hopefully that was helpful. So you have your routines. Let's see. All right, so you have your routines, you have your visual, and then you're back at your end. At the end of the month, you're reflecting. What were your highlights of the month? What was your challenge? How did you celebrate? Right? So now you're saying, how did this month go? And when you start putting all these together, and when you start doing your Walk It Out Wednesday, and you're doing your Text 10 Tuesday, you start to see how your life goes back into balance. We've gotten out of the work balance. I know Myron Golden is like, that you don't deserve work balance, or just like, but there is a way to balance out your life. Okay, so let's see. I just wrote some other notes, like as far as relationships, be positive. We all secretly like that person that's in a good mood. I'm not always that person. I'm always so serious, and that came from how I grew up. I'm serious about everything. I got a question about everything. I want to plan out everything. But be positive. Be that person that people want to be around. Be open. Be a good listener. Be reliable. Be the one to keep the addresses and the phone numbers of the relatives. I have a relative, she knows everybody's phone number. She knows everybody's address. If they move, she knows. And so be that person. And she's the one that if we have a family reunion, she's planning it, because she's persistent about keeping updated with your stuff. Compliment others, compliment people. Contact your family members. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have for you for this section. All right, any questions about the relationship goals? Hopefully you had a chance to fill that out. And then we're going to move on to our finance goals. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, and I'll be right back. All right, you guys, we're going to go into our next session, which is financial goals. And it looks like I am right on time. Let me... All right, so we are working on our financial goals. So if you are in the handbook, we are on page 119. Or you can download the companion worksheet on your screen. Most of the companion worksheets from, let's see, from 9 to 19, they're basically the same except for, the title. So they all have the 7 steps. No, that's not true. They're kind of the same, but they do have different examples on it. But it's just going to be the 7 steps. So I'm going to read some quotes really quick. If you live fake now, you'll retire real broke later. So if you live fake rich now, you'll retire real broke later. That's by Chris Hogan. Dave Ramsey, I believe that through knowledge and discipline, financial peace is possible for all of us. Proverbs 13:12, we want to bring the Bible into it. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just. By Robert Schiller, finance is not merely about making money, it's about achieving our deep goals and protecting the fruits of our labor. It's about stewardship and therefore about achieving the good society. And Lisa Nichols, abundance is your birthright. And so, in the book I wrote, not everyone's life goes to become the next billionaire, following the steps of Jeff Bezos or Oprah Winfrey. But most of our dreams and our goals and our aspirations, they cost money. Somebody's paying for it. If we're not paying for it, somebody's paying for it. And unless you consider turning water into wine, I am not the financial expert. I'm not the one to give you financial advice. But you do want to know what your goals are, your financial goals. Obviously, if one of my ideal life situation is to drink coffee in the morning at my beach house, that beach house is going to cost some money. So how am I going to get the beach house? So growing up, I just talk about, people didn't talk to me about money. They talked to me about working. Hey, work a job, get credit, buy this. And actually, my parents didn't talk to me about home ownership. They didn't talk to me about investing. They didn't talk to me about 401k. They didn't talk to me about retirement. So a lot of those things I'm now learning about. And for, this year in 2025, I'm going to be joining my husband in his business because he does life insurance and trust and wills and all that. And I need to get more involved in that and helping more families as well. So I never got that information. And so I need to still be that voice for others. And now that my kids are married and have grandkids coming up, I need to put myself in the situation where I'm more knowledgeable about those things and taking more ownership and leaving money to my children's children, not just money for me. And that's what I was taught. Hey, take care of yourself, take care of your bills. But yeah, I want to have extra. I need to have another extra car in case somebody needs to borrow a car. Or maybe I need another couple extra homes in case one of my kids or someone needs to stay there. And so my financial goals for 2025 are changing. They're big, they're humongous. And so I need to be a different person in order to achieve those. So for you, what is your number one financial goal for 2025? I kind of had 2 big ones, but my number one financial goal is to have $1 million day followed by $1 million year. Now the $1 million year might happen first, but it's okay. My goal is to have $1 million day. And so that's what I'm focused on. Having $1 million day, which preferably would be at the end of the year. So Thanksgiving weekend would be my $1 million day. And then followed by that, having $1 million year. So that $1 million day should be able to set me up for the next year. That Thanksgiving weekend should always set me up for the following year. And then I continue to make money through that year to fund my dreams. So that's my number one goal. $1 million day, $1 million year. This goal is important to me because I need to work on that later, but mainly because I'm trying to fund some other things and fund some other people and not just me. My church just built a huge project. It's called CityLink out here in Fontana. And I want to be able to fund some of those things. And they're like $1 million projects. I want to be like, okay, I got the next one. What we doing? Oh, we're building showers for the homeless. Oh, we're getting trucks for this. oh, we're building mini homes for the homeless, put me down for one. Not, okay, here's my $10 donation. And that's fine, but I want to fund some bigger projects. One obstacle that could keep me from reaching this goal, I don't know how to word this, but probably it's not really confidence, but it's more using what I know and marketing it in a way where it supports my financial goals. So I have to work on that, writing that down. And then one skill I could learn that would help me reach these goals. So if your goal is to make $1 million, or your goal is to invest, or your goal is to buy a home, or your goal is to whatever that goal is, what skill do you need? Maybe you need a budgeting skill. Maybe you need discipline, a skill of discipline. Who's one person that can help me reach this goal? This year, I believe, besides my husband, it's a guy named Jay, which is my husband's broker. I think they will help me to reach this goal as I start to understand money differently. Get my insurance license, maybe, not sure. I just got rid of an insurance license. And then my plan of action for achieving this goal, I do have a plan. I don't know if I necessarily want to say it here on this live broadcast, but I do have a very intense plan, a very clear plan. And then I will complete this goal by the end of the year. So by the end of 2025, I will have had either $1 million day or $1 million year. So I'm going to give you some, if you, again, look in the back of your book, there is financial goals. Create and follow a monthly budget. That could be a goal. Invest $1,000 in the stock market. Open a retirement savings account. Pay off credit card debt by the end of the year. Save $100 per month towards purchasing a new car. Save 10% of your income. Start a side hustle. Work part-time to save an extra $6,000 by the end of the year. One of my goals is also to purchase our first home cash. So that is also a goal. Let me see if I have some other notes for you guys. All right, so hopefully this is adding some value to you. Hopefully you are getting a grasp on your goals. Research. So based on the goals that you set for yourself as far as finance goals, what research do you need? What podcasts do you need to listen to? What books do you need to read? I have a list here for you. I also have some hold on, guys. So I know there's okay, here we go. Also, what kind of people do you need on your team? What kind of people do you need for your finance goals? An accountant, a bookkeeper, a good tax professional, a good CPA, a good attorney, estate planning attorney, a financial planner, an insurance broker, an investment broker. So when you start working on your finance goals and you start, $1 million, $100,000, $50,000, those are different amounts, and that's going to require some different people. There are some accountants that won't even have you as a client when you make a certain amount of money. So as you're doing your research on your financial goals, also start thinking about the type of people that need to come alongside you. What books and magazines, anything Dave Ramsey. I know, some of us aren't Dave Ramsey fans, but, he knows he can help you get out of debt. So anything Dave Ramsey, anything Susie Orman is really good. Let's see. If you go to Goodreads, a lot of you who are Goodreads fans, you can go there. They'll give you a lot of recommendations for books on money. But depending on what it is you want to do, you want to invest, then you need investment books. If you want to purchase a home, maybe you need real estate books. If you are retiring, then you want to get books on retirement. Dave Ramsey has some good library books on retirement, not library books, but and then if you just want to learn more about money or just having a different money mindset, you have things like Secrets of a Millionaire Mind, The Millionaire Next Door. So depending on Think and Grow Rich. So if you're trying to get a money mindset, that's different than the types of things you want to do. So when, like me, for trademarks, I have a trademark attorney who only handles the trademarks. But I also I want to read books because I have a couple more trademarks I want to do. I need to read books so I can understand. Now, I did do some research and I had to tell her, which is interesting. I had to tell her, hey, this is a class 14 or this is a class this, or I want to change it from a class this to that. And so when I was able to do that, I was able to check my application to make sure that she changed the class. So you shouldn't have to do that with an attorney. But at the same time, the more knowledge you have about what you want, you can make sure you kind of can avoid some mistakes. So no, I still don't know that much about trademarks. That's why I hired an attorney. But I was also able to do some research and able to kind of look over some things to make sure they were done correctly. Money magazines. What money magazines can you read? What money podcasts can you listen to? What apps can you download? I think Acorns, Mint, Every Dollar, Push Pay. If you belong to a church, some churches use Push Pay. And if you're an entrepreneur and you make, $1,000 a day or $500 a day, you can go right there and do your tithe right there. So based on the money that you are trying to get in 2025, what people do you need? What resources do you need? What apps do you need? And yes, it's a lot. That's why it's good to do this at the end of the year, the beginning of the year. Set yourself up right. Do the work, do the research, and then go into 2025. Right? I wanted to read. So for routines, so setting up your weekly routines, you can do Money Mindset Monday. Maybe you just need to get your mind right about money. And maybe every Monday you're reading things, affirmations about money. Maybe you need a new relationship with money. Maybe you need to think different about money. Tax Time Tuesday. So maybe Tuesday is the day you sit and you make sure your receipts are where they need to be. Maybe you're talking to your accountant that day, your CPA. Hey, I'm going to send you my receipts every Tuesday. Or every Tuesday you're going to add up your receipts. Wealthy Wednesday. I don't know if this was Puff Daddy or somebody, but they said it was one day a week that they just got dressed up and they went to go get other people's money. And they were already rich, but they dressed up, they smelled good, and they went and got other people's money. So maybe on Wednesday, you're dressing up saying, hey, I'm going to get other people's money on Wednesday. Thrifty Thursday, maybe that's a day that you look and see what you could save on, see what you're overspending on. FICO Friday, taking time to look at your FICO score, your credit score, seeing how you can improve it. Sow a Seed Sunday. Maybe it's a day if you belong to a church, you can give to your church. Maybe you could sow a seed into another business. Maybe you can. So what I did last year for giving goals, because every December we go through our giving goals. I made a pact to give every day. And at first it was hard. But then I started finding ways I can give every day, multiple times a day, and I had to calm down. So when people ask me for something, I automatically was like, okay, I'll do it because I was already ready. So small things like, okay, I got me a coffee, I'm gonna get somebody else a coffee. Oh, if I didn't get them a coffee, I had gift cards that I bought and I would put them on somebody's desk. Or you can cash app somebody every day. So I got into the giving every day. So you could do Sow a Seed Sunday. Maybe that's the day you buy a CD from somebody, you buy a book from somebody. If a kid is selling candy at Target, hey, I already meant to give you that because I already had planned to sow a seed. Yeah, so you want to put together your routines. You got Money Mindset Monday, you got Tax Time Tuesday, Wealthy Wednesday, Thrifty Thursday, FICO Friday, Sow a Seed Sunday, Saving Saturday. Maybe Saturday is a day you save. So when you put your routines together and you start having a journal of routines, now you got your health routines together. You got your relationships together. You're texting on Tuesday. You got marriage Monday. And now you have your finance routines. So as you begin to put everything together, you create the balance. Welcome, Audrey. You are welcome. All right. So I think that concludes our finance goals. We have our research. You have your affirmations. You're creating a visual. I had a visual. I don't know if you guys know who. There are affirmations that you can create. Here are some samples. All the money I spend returns to me tenfold. Every dollar I spend comes back to me multiplied. All of my investments are profitable and secure. All of the money I need is coming into my life right now. All the capital I require is flowing towards me. Every dollar I spend enriches the economy of the world. Do we even think about when we spend money? I do. I think about and I don't spend, that's a whole nother situation. I try not to spend my money in places that I'm not appreciated and I'm just tolerated. I am not giving my money, my hard-earned money, to places that don't appreciate me. If I can avoid it, then I avoid it. But do you think about the money that you're actually putting into the world, the things you support, the things that you buy, that is helping people and is helping businesses and keeping families together? I always pay my bills on time. I always save 10% of my income. I'm a good I'm a good money manager. And so I have like hundreds of affirmations for finance affirmations. So you can sit down and start based on what you're trying to create, what you want, your goals for 2025. Create your affirmations that you can say every day. All right. So I think that covers that for that session, the 7 steps. And next we're going to go into our home goals. So if you have your handbook, we're going to go through home goals. If you don't have that, you can download the worksheet. And while you do that, I'll be right back. I'm going to get my notes. If you have any questions. All right, so we're going to go over our home goals. I will be right back. If you want to go and download your worksheet or pull out your handbook. This is a great day and it's an opportunity to fill out your journal today to get a head start, a jump start on your goals for 2025. Okay, give me a second. All right, you guys, we are going through it. We worked on our physical health and fitness. We worked on our relationships. We worked on our money. And now we are working on our home goals. So we are going through our home goals. That is, okay, good job. And some of you have been hanging with me all morning since 7 o'clock. So good job. I'm getting some private text messages. So I'm excited that this is helping you. All right, so we're going to work on our home goals. Let me get my book. All right, so what is, if you want to put it in the chat, what is your number one health goal for 2025? Not health goal, sorry, your home goal. So mine, I don't know if it's really a goal. It's not, but I'm going to put it right now. Is I need to organize. Maybe I need to just organize something specific. So I need to organize my whole house though. Our kitchen cabinets are not organized in the garage. So I'm going to go with the garage to organize the garage by August 2025. And I think my second one is going to be the kitchen. So I'm going to read this real quick. You don't have to have a Pinterest perfect home. You need a home that works for you and makes you feel alive. Let me take this down. Trying to get rid of something so I can. That makes you feel alive. So creating a meaningful and personal living space is essential, whether you own, rent, or share a room. So you don't have to be a homeowner to take control of your home environment, your space, where you are, where you live. Our homes, the atmosphere we return to should provide comfort and rejuvenation. Our definition of home varies, and that's shaped by our unique experiences. Some of us grew up in homes that we loved, and some of us grew up in homes that were not that space for us. Some of us hated home, growing up. So, for me, particularly growing up without my parents, growing up without my mom, growing up without, we didn't do the family dinners. We didn't do the things that I'm doing or that I've done with my families. So home is different for everybody, but you now have the position and you have an opportunity to create the home environment and space that you want. So for me, my ideal, like I love candles, I love flowers, I love praise music, I love light. And so that's how I try to keep my home. So when you come in, that's what you see. So based on your ideal life, how do you need to set up your home space in 2025? We work from home. I feel like there's a lot of negativity out in the world. There's a lot of feedback in the world. There's a lot of condemnation. There's a lot of bullying. There's a lot of that in the world. So when you come into the home environment, it should be 100% opposite. You shouldn't be battling and fighting and that stuff inside the home. This should be our space of solitude, if you will. So my number one goal, I guess, is to organize the garage. And then one obstacle, not having enough time. One skill I can learn, probably I could learn some organizational skills, because there are some skills, how to set up containers, where things go. There's, I don't know, say feng shui. There's things how you set things up and color coded. So I probably could learn organizational skills. One person that can help me reach this goal is probably a professional organizer. Maybe they can organize it. My plan of action, everything will have a place, everything will have a box, everything will have a system by December 31st. So some other goals could be, always decorate for holidays and occasions, to always keep candles. Um, so yeah, what other goals? If you look in the back of your journal, we have declutter and organize one room or space each month. I actually created a worksheet that allows me to clean the whole house within a week. So in spaces, I haven't used it though, but so say like Monday is the hallway, Tuesday is the kitchen, Wednesday is this, Thursday is this. So you can also make, just like we're doing this, map out your house, map out the days, divided by how many rooms, how many days, put those on there, and then use that as your cleaning guide. And if you have somebody who helps you clean, that's good too. Hey, give them the cleaning guide. Hey, on Monday, I need you to do this. On Tuesday, have it and give it to the kids. And if you want to split it up, say, hey, boys, you guys got Monday. Hey, girls, you got Tuesday. So you can work it out where you can get that list together and delegate it. What else? Establish a designated workspace for productivity and focus. So like all of our business stuff is like in the garage. Let's see, set up a cozy and inviting reading nook area for relaxation. We did that actually. Plant a small garden and complete one home improvement project for the quarter. Let me see. Implement energy saving practices. That's good. Energy saving practices. Maintain home appliances and systems. Create a welcoming and functional entryway. Personalize living spaces with meaningful artwork, which is something I also was working on. Redecorate master bedroom. So try to see what home goals that you want to complete this year. That way you can space it out during the year and say, hey, January, I'm going to work on the living room. Tuesday, we're going to work on decor. I mean, not Tuesday. February, we're going to work on decor. March, we're going to work on the garage. April, we're going to work on the outside. So when you space all these things out and you do it in the beginning of the year, then everybody's on board and you just passing out instructions at that point. So once you have your goals, now we are researching. There's so many DIY on Instagram and YouTube. There's Operation Nikki, who I love. She be cleaning. So there's a lot of, and I bought a lot of stuff based on her videos too. There's squeegees and all kind of things that, what did I want to say? Yeah, so your support team, your research, who do you need? Also looking at what kind of people you need, like professional organizer, a gardener, a landscaper, a housekeeper, places like Home Depot, Lowe's. So kind of, because sometimes you forget, oh yeah, they do this. Oh yeah, they do that. So you can write down in your research section, who's my support team when it comes to my home goals? What books and magazines do I need to read? What podcasts can I listen to? What websites do I need to go to? And what media, again, apps that you can get. There's a lot of books. There's a book called The Nesting Place, and it's for people who have apartments. And she just goes in, I think it's a nesting place, yeah. She talks about how to beautify your apartment, because sometimes you think, oh, I can't do this because I live in an apartment, but that's not true. 1 year to an organized life. This is old. I'm sorry, let me get out of that. This is old, but it's really good. And I want to say old, like maybe 1980, 1990, but it's very organized. The 1 Year to Organize Life. Also, Marie Kondo's book is a really good book too for organization and home organization. Let me see if I have that. I don't have it up here, but it's a really short. Oh, yeah, I do. This is really good. This is really good. Marie Kondo, The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up. And this is a good, I just thought about that. This is good for like a new mom or new wife or somebody that's new because it shows you how, it tells you how to fold and how to organize the laundry and the socks and stuff. So this is a really good book for home goals. I don't know if you guys know about the Fly Lady. I like the Fly Lady. I've been following her for maybe 10 or 15 years. She is very intense on cleaning. And so if you're trying to get a cleaning regimen for the year, the Fly Lady is a really good resource for that. Magazines, Real Simple. I don't know if Real Simple is still in business. HGTV. And then your affirmations. Every day I do something to make my surroundings more comfortable. Every square inch of my home makes me feel at ease. I am building the home of my dreams. I'm creating an environment that motivates and inspires me. Your home, like my office inspires me. When I come in, I'm like, oh, okay, okay. I got my pictures. I have my vision board. I have a picture of my book. I have plants. I have, my candles. I have my Bibles. I have fresh flowers. When I come in here, I work and then I'm comfortable. I have my affirmations up. My daughter just moved into my office too, so she can hear me. I have my TV and it plays with, I like the scenery, like with the fireplace scenery. And so when I come, I have the books that I've written to remind me to keep writing, to remind me of my accomplishments. And so you want to set up your space that inspires you, not just a place where you come and you go to sleep, but a place that, inspires you and inspires others. It keeps you motivated. So you can create if your space is not set up like that, then you want to create some routines. You want to create some affirmations that you can say to remind you of how you're setting up your space. And then you have routines. And then your visual. So make sure you're having your visual, creating a picture. And your routine. So I forgot how to say this. I need to ask Siri. Feng Shui Friday. So I have some books on that too. And it's really interesting how they put things in certain spaces in the house and things that make things flow. They put mirrors in certain places. They don't put mirrors in certain places. And so I thought that's very interesting. I was actually interested in that. Fly Lady Friday, Fresh Flower Friday. Maybe that's the Friday that you're going to get fresh flowers for your home. Fridge Friday. Maybe that's the day you cleaning out the fridge. Spring cleaning, making that a yearly event for the whole family. Throw it out Thursday. Thursday you're walking through the whole house, just throwing away things that no longer serve you. Tidy Tuesday. Every Tuesday you're tidying up. And then weekly, maybe you're doing your gardening. And you can extend part of your house. A lot of people say how you keep your car is how you keep your house, Lord Jesus. So maybe weekly cleaning out your car, cleaning out your purse, and monthly house maintenance. So those are some routines that you can consider. All right. I think that does that cover our home section? I think it does. So we wrote out those goals, we researched, we talked about our affirmation, we talked about visualizing, I gave you some routines, and at the end, you're always writing your highlights and you're writing, celebrating what you did. If you made a garden, if you did the garage, and you want to put your highlights here, so at the end of the year, you already have space. All right, good job. We are moving to self-care. So make sure we are on page 149 in your handbook, and make sure you get, if you don't have the handbook, you can get the worksheet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna give you like 2 minutes. I am talking away and on mute. Lord. Okay, let me get back. All right. So I'm going to start with a quote. Restore connection is not just for devices, it's for people too. If we cannot disconnect, we cannot lead. So creating the culture of burnout is opposite to creating a culture of sustainable creativity. This is something that needs to be taught in business schools. That's Ariana Huffington. Solitude is where I place my chaos to rest and awaken my inner peace. Whenever you recover or discover something that nourishes your soul and brings joy, care enough about yourself to make room for it in your life. Whew. And then by yours truly, don't wait until the well is dry to appreciate the worth of water. And then sometimes the most important thing in a whole day is the rest we take between two deep breaths. All right, so this whole situation, all these quotes were preached today as far as it comes to self-care. I'm going to read what's in the journal because I believe that it's important. I used to believe that being busy equated to success and that downtime was a sign of laziness. One of my first jobs as a teenager was at McDonald's, where my manager, Cleo, would often say, if you got time to lean, you got time to clean. He insisted that we always look busy, so I wiped down surfaces that were already spotless. I carried this mentality into my everyday life, avoiding rest and relaxation, thinking that they were for people without goals. But I've learned the hard way. If you don't make time for rest, life will force it upon you when it is least convenient. So as an entrepreneur, I'm always on the go. When someone asks, how are you doing? My automatic response is busy. I listen to motivational speakers, and you know who they are. My Gary V's, my ETs, get up, hustle, grind, do more. This mindset made it difficult for me to see the difference between self-care and laziness. So self-care doesn't mean working less. It means working smarter. It requires establishing new boundaries, time frames, and daily rituals that prevent burnout. I'm not asking you to stop. I'm asking you to pause. If you already have a self-care routine, that is awesome. If not, then we use the month of May to go deep diving into our self-care, but you definitely want to insert some self-care, especially in January. If we get January, we're like, let's go, new year, new me, and we don't have any self-care, we're going to burn out by February, which is probably what happens most of the time. So what is your number one self-care goals? And here's why self-care, I'm going to say why self-care matters. It prevents burnout and supports sustainable progress. It enhances emotional resilience and focus. And some of your self-care goals, I'm going to give you some examples. So our first goal is to write it out. I will meditate 10 minutes a day. I will schedule a no work day each month. I'm going to look in the back because I still have some. If you look in the back of your handbook, connect with nature through a weekly walk, hike, or visit to a park. Establish a consistent sleep schedule, aiming for 7 to 8 hours a night. You could start there with self-care. You could start with sleep. You could start with rest. Good rest. Lights out, no lights on, no electronics, no TV, that type of rest. Get a massage every month. Focus on deep breathing. Make time for a favorite hobby or creative outlet. Provide a healthy work-life balance by setting boundaries and taking regular breaks. Set aside 1 hour each week for a relaxing bath or pampering session. And I do that, my detox baths. I try to do that on Saturdays or Sundays. Spend 15 minutes each morning or evening journaling your thoughts or feelings. Take a power nap twice a week. Unplug from technology for at least 1 hour every day. When my kids were younger, we had Tech Tuesday, No Tech Tuesday. Forgot what it was called, but it was something Tech Tuesday. Tame the Tech Tuesday. And I would have a basket by the door, And we put our phones in there on Tuesday, and that's it. It was no phones, no electronic devices, no TV. And it just helps you to stay connected and grounded. So you want to take that time in your handbook to write out what your number one self-care goal is for 2025, what you're going to commit to. And then you want to create balance. So it's not just, oh, I'm going to take a bath, but are you setting boundaries? Are you taking breaks? Are you getting sleep? And so, yes, you want to have that number one goal, but you want to create balance. You want to create balance within that goal itself. Research. So what books, people, resources, magazine, apps that you can use. Apps like Headspace or Calm for meditation. Let's see. I love this book. They have an app too, but it gives you so many different ideas for self-care. So many small things that you can do that are free things. Just looking at the sky. Some things just like looking at the sky. Considering the color of the sea. It's like so reading poetry. But this is really, really good. And I've had this for I don't know how many years, but I think it's like $20, Amazon. And then every May, we do a self-care challenge. We do a 30-day self-care challenge. I have a book called Pause. It's available on Amazon too. And so it's 30 days to creating a life of self-care. I know I got to stop getting up, but I thought I had that book with me. But I have a book. It's called, oh, here it is. So Pause, 30 days of self-care, and it has things that you can do every day. It talks about the importance of self-care. Let me see. So take a break from TV one day. Just give you a whole reason why you should take a break from TV one day. Enjoying a bubble bath. So it's really good. There's 30-day, and we do this challenge every. It has sample goals in here. It has sample tips on how to prioritize self-care. It has a resource guide in the back. So this is a really good resource for you too. Pause by Sheréa VéJauan. So good books that you can read. Affirmations. I deserve to rest and recharge without guilt. I think that should be on every mom's bathroom window. I deserve to rest and recharge without guilt. Taking care of myself helps me achieve my goals. And so those are some good affirmations. And then visualize. Create a vision of what self-care looks like in your daily life. So imagine yourself enjoying a calm morning routine or a peaceful walk in nature, and then make space for that. Put that into your routine. So routines, morning stretches, scheduling weekly spa days. I think I had some, let me see if I have routines in here. Soundtrack. Oh, I have a self-care soundtrack. Recommended reading. Sample goals. So some sample goals I put in here. Connect with your loved ones. Eat mindfully. Let's see. Fitness Friday, like a self-care goal. Mindfulness Monday. Sauna Sunday. Self-care Saturday. Take a break Tuesday. Treat yourself Tuesday. So just as you create your self-care goals, you want to create some routines and rituals to bring that into your daily life, your daily routine. Okay? Write out our affirmations, and you want to celebrate. So take some time, if you have not already, to write in your journal or fill out your worksheet. So now you should have done your physical health and fitness goal, your number one relationship goal, your number one finance goal, your number one home goal, your number one self-care goal. And next we're going to move into our fun goal, our fun, leisure, recreational goal. You would think that would be easy. For me, that's probably the hardest. The travel, the fun, and the celebration. But I'm getting better. So I just put a link up there for my pause book. Right, and then we're going to go into fun goals. I'm going to transition there real quick. All right, we are going to do our all right, we are a little ahead, about 45 minutes ahead, working on our fun goals. So 7 simple steps to achieving your fun goals. This is funny, so I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it because it's funny, or at least it's funny to me. Live and work, but don't forget to play, to have fun in life and really enjoy it. So I'm going to read what's in the journal. Let me start by sharing a little bit about myself. I've always had a complicated relationship with the idea of having fun. I even found myself looking up the word fun in the dictionary, questioning whether it was something I could truly experience. One year, I created a Facebook poll asking friends to share what they thought was fun, hoping to discover something that would spark excitement for me. Unfortunately, I couldn't connect with most of the responses. And I remember this day like it was yesterday. Um, Determined to have more fun in my life, I took note of a few ideas, but here's the reality. I don't dance, I don't go to parties, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't like amusement parks. And so in my head, those are like the fun things that people do. And since I don't do any of those things, I don't feel like I fit into those things. And so for me, I don't come across as the fun energy person. So growing up, I was always serious minded. I mentioned that I grew up without my parents. And so I was an adult. I was serious about everything, serious about life, serious about my future, serious about taking care of my grandmother. And I became serious. And so I had my son when I was young. And so I had to be serious about being a mom. I was working 2 jobs. I was going to school at the same time. So there was no time to play. And so I found it hard as I grew older to have fun or make space for fun. Who got time to do that? Who got time to not work to go have fun or go? And so I had to, and I'm still working on that. It's still a challenge, but now I know it's important. So fun is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It energizes us, it improves our mental health, it enhances our relationships. And so in this session, we're going to explore and set goals that prioritize fun. Similar to self-care, but not really. So it matters because it still encourages balance and prevent burnout. It strengthens connections with loved ones. So incorporating fun and family, incorporating fun in your relationships, incorporating fun with your team. So you can incorporate fun and balance out your life. It enhances creativity. So we're going to go into our seven simple steps. I don't know why I'm on 6. Let's see. So 1, if you look in the back of your journal, fun and recreational goals. Attend at least 2 live performance concerts or sporting events each year. I changed my mind. I like hockey. So I accidentally won some tickets to a hockey game twice, and they happen to be VIP hockey, so I don't think I can ever go to a regular hockey game because I don't know what that looks like. One of those is like a VIP room, and so for me, that's where I always need to be. But I do like hockey, so let me write that down. I do like hockey. I do like ice. I do like skating. I've never been ice skating, and I do want to go ice skating. And I think I've changed over the years too. Now I'm realizing I need to have fun. Make Friday nights dedicated to fun. Download a game on your app. Download a game app on your phone to play games during downtime. Explore a new attraction, park, or museum once. I do like, I don't know the name of it. It's a golf place though. Top Golf. I do like Top Golf. And you can host a monthly game night or movie night at your house. You can join a club or social group to meet new people and have fun. Learn a new skill like photography, cooking, or a musical instrument. So yeah, if you look in the back, there are other, and it is sad that you got to look at a list to see how to have fun, but that's what I had to do. I had to start that way in order to put myself in a position to have fun. So it is what it is. Why is this important? Burnout. It enhances creativity. It gives you an opportunity to bond with your family and friends. One obstacle that can keep me from reaching this goal, my schedule, being busy. So that's why when you have your routines, then you want to plan it out. Fun Friday. Every Friday I'm going to have fun. So once you know, hey, today's Thursday, it's Thrifty Thursday. It's Thankful Thursday. So once you get those routines together and they become like clockwork, one skill, I don't know if I need a fun skill. It's probably just is scheduling. I just need to schedule it. One person that can help me reach this goal. I have a person in mind, but I'm not going to say it here. But there is a person. And then my plan of action, I do have a plan of action. Research. So based on what you want to do to have fun, I looked into, it's not skydiving, but you're kind of diving inside. I looked into some things that I liked. So, hey, let me write that down. Hold on. And then there's this gadget thing in San Diego. So based on what it is you want to do, you want to have fun. It might be international, it might be local. Then you want to, what magazines do you need? What support? You know, maybe AAA because they do excursions. Maybe a travel agent. Maybe a concierge. Maybe something like, who do you need to put in your life to make sure you have fun or facilitate fun? It's not me. Promise. Because I'll be canceling an event. Oh, let's go skating. Okay, let's not. Affirmations. So, Meetup, Eventbrite, things like that. Let's see. Affirmation. I deserve to take time to relax and have fun. The same way you deserve to recharge and reconnect as far as your self-care goes. The same way you deserve to have fun. Having fun brings joy and balance to my life. So that's an affirmation for you. Visualize yourself having fun. Visualize yourself on the boat. Visualize yourself skating. Visualize yourself on the horse. I was doing some research the other day with my husband, and we were looking. I was researching. I think it's RAS, RAS, but it just talks about connecting. It's a difference than having a picture, but having a picture of you. So you have your picture of a horse, but now you have a picture of you riding on the horse. So cutting out your face and putting it on the boat so you can see yourself having fun. So visualizing that and creating habits. Maybe having weekly game nights. Okay, every week I'm going to schedule family fun night Friday. We used to do those too, where we had ice cream, we had snacks, and then we just play games. Having monthly outings such as movies, concerts, nature hikes. So when you're connecting with groups and you're connecting with like your accountability groups, sometimes they're putting together events. If you are a business owner and you have a chamber of commerce, a lot of times they're putting together events as well. And then celebrating. You always want to celebrate your success. And gonna check and see if you guys have any questions. All right, if you have any questions, go ahead and put that in the chat. Let me look and see if there's any. I'm gonna put up the worksheet. If you need to get the companion worksheets, you can get that. All right, we're going to work on we're moving right along, guys. We are working on our personal development goals. All right, so I'm a little ahead of schedule again. So I'm gonna, after this session, we're gonna take a break until 3 o'clock, and that's good, I guess, because I didn't plan. I didn't plan how I was gonna eat. I didn't plan lunch. I was just gonna be in here teaching for 12 hours. Um, I had just planned on having water. All right, so we're gonna do our personal development, and then we're gonna take a break and come back. Let me see, what is our next? All right. Thank you guys for hanging in there. We are personal development. And thanks for working with me through my tech. My husband was like, "You work in the board, you got everything working." All right, so we are on our last session for this phase, which is our midday. This is our personal development goals. There is a download for that. And if you are working in your handbook, we are on page 179. I'm going to read a couple of the quotes. In the times of change, learners inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. And I think that is so personal, especially with things that are happening now with social media. And there's a new way of doing business. There's a new way of marketing. There's a new way of how we do things. And if we think we know everything, or we've done that, or we've been there before, or we bought the t-shirt, we're going to find ourselves fully knowledgeable about a world that no longer exists. And so that's why it's good to keep ourselves educated, to keep ourselves learning, to keep ourselves with courses and reading new books. You know, I'm a part of 6 book clubs, and reading books and learning new things, it just enhances your whole life. And I always say you are one book away, you are one friend away, and you are one conference away from literally changing your whole life. So just staying not just regular school, but just learning, period. So it's interesting that back in the day, I'm gonna say how to tell a story. Back in the day, I had a friend and I had a situation, and it was financial. And I remember my friend, oh, you guys can't see me, huh? Let me see. Yeah, so I had a friend and I had a financial situation, and I know he was helping us with the situation that we're in. And I remember, um, I'm going slow. I'm trying to tell this story where my husband is cool with it. Um, he came over. He gave us some cash, but he also gave us a Brian Tracy cassette course, and I still have it. He told me don't lose it, so I still got it. It's so funny. And I think it's like 9 cassette tapes, and I forgot the name of it. And it was the first time, and to me, it was kind of like saying you could give. He was saying, here's some money, but here's some personal development that's going to change your life, that you're going to be able to get the kind of money that I got. That's how I took that. And he said, listen to these CDs, listen to these tapes. I listen to them every day. So that was I believe that was my first experience with personal development. And so I listened to those tapes every day. And they literally changed my life. And it was Brian Tracy. And then Brian Tracy, hey, Deb, welcome. And it was Brian Tracy. And then Brian Tracy mentioned Zig Ziglar. And then Zig Ziglar mentioned, I don't know, was it Jim Rohn? And Jim Rohn, he mentioned a bunch of people. And every person they mentioned, I went and wrote their name down, and I went and got their books. And that became like my journey, like the ripple effect of my personal development journey. And every time I had a book that I liked, I bought a book and shared that with somebody else. And that literally changed my life. And that next year, I believe that was my first year making over 100 grand. And that was that was back in the day. And so I had opened up my childcare. I had employees. And so it took me to another level of thinking. And so that changed my life. And from then, I bought a Zig Ziglar planner. I bought every Zig Ziglar book. I bought Jim Rohn. I have a lot of Jim Rohn books. I have a lot of Jim Rohn CDs. And so I'm like addicted too. I'm not addicted, but I love personal development. So in this digital age, you have no excuse. There's YouTube. There's all these different apps. There's all these different programs. There's all these different courses. Back in the day, you had to either go to college or you had to go to technical school, tech class, or some type of thing like that. But now information is available and people are sharing with you what they know. They're sharing with you their knowledge. So there's no excuse. Hey, Deb, you want to come on camera? Or are you just listening? All right, so some personal development goals. One of the personal development goals that I've had for a long time, well, I had to read 100 books every year. I think I had to slow that down because I started getting more busy and that became a little bit more impossible. But now I'm at I try to do at least 3 books a month, 2 to 3 books a month. And with the book club I'm in, we read at least one, and then I run a book club. Okay, I run a book club, and we read that book. And then I was a part of Sarah Jake's book club, and she closed hers. So I'm going to give you some why personal development matters. It builds resilience and adaptability. It increases confidence and awareness, and it opens doors to new opportunities and relationships. And so some examples of your number one personal development goal could be, I will complete an online leadership course by March 2025. I will read one personal growth book each month. If you are struggling with, as a matter of fact, in the back of your handbook, there's about 100 books that I recommend that are personal development books, that are personal books that I either have, that I've read, that I have here in my library, or that was recommended to me. You can always start with a John Maxwell book when it comes to personal development. You can always start with a Zig Ziglar book. They're old. Some people don't like his voice. I love his voice. I remember when I hired my son, I made him listen to an hour of Zig Ziglar, and he hated it. And so it got to the point where it was like, just don't listen to it no more. He just didn't like it. But some people don't like the Zig Ziglar voice. I love it. But he has some great books. Who else? Yeah, so Jim Rohn, Zig Ziglar, and John Maxwell. You can't go wrong with that as far as when it comes to personal development. Some other goals you can have: join Toastmasters. So if you're trying to improve your public speaking, Toastmasters is really good for that. They usually have it in every city. A lot of businesses now have Toastmasters. Some companies have Toastmasters for their employees. You could start a Toastmasters. I don't know the how to do that, but there are ways that you can do that. Let's see. Develop a mentorship relationship. So a lot of times if you have a mentor, they will help you with a personal development plan. Learn a new skill or a new language, play an instrument, obtain a degree, or consider enrolling in a graduate program. Participate in a personal development seminar or workshop. Enhance your vocabulary by learning a new word a day. I know my family and we used to walk, and as we walked, we read our word of the day, and we did that every morning, a couple years ago. Also, my husband he sent me, he listens to an audio book every day. I think it's an hour, and it's a word CD, and it just tells you what new words are. So there's audio books that you can listen to that give you vocabulary words that you can know a day, that you can learn a day. Joining a professional organization. So whatever you're in, if you're a teacher, there's an association for that. If you're a writer, there's an association for writers. If you're a singer, there's an association for singers. So whatever you specialize in, whatever your profession is, if you're a realtor, there's a realtor association. Trust me. If you're a hobbyist, I don't know what you call it. So there's an association for sewers. There's an association for professional organizers. And so when you join those associations, there are probably some are about $100 a year, $200, it depends. But they give you resources, and they give you resources that's tailored to specifically what you're doing. Get coaching. What else? Watch TED Talks. TED Talks are really good. During TED Talks, you can learn how to speak. You can learn also new information, because a lot of them, what they're talking about is new information that you didn't know before. So those are some. And did I read the ones in the back of your book? So in the back of your book, it just says, read a personal development book each month. That will be 12 books. Learn Spanish by the summer. Enhance your vocabulary. Participate in a personal development seminar or workshop. So again, in the back of your book, there are sample goals for each one of these topics. And then you want to balance that out with your personal development class, reading, whatever that looks like for you, mindfulness. So those are just some ideas to get you started. And then you want to look for resources. What books, apps, people, coaches do you need to help you reach your personal development goals? What books? So some books, like we already talked about that. Think and Grow Rich is a good book. Atomic Habits is a good book. Awaken the Giant is a good book. I haven't read this book, but I heard it's really, really good. And I think it's going to be hard with the cussing. But I heard that Can't Hurt Me is really good. And it's recommended me by so many people, but I think I'm not going to get past the cuss words. The Magic of Thinking Big. The dictionary. I heard LL Cool J used to read the dictionary, learning new words, learning how to make them rhyme. Kindle, Audible. I'm not sure. I think Rosetta Stone is no more. I think they partner with LinkedIn, but some type of language personal development CD. The library is really good for personal development. It's free. Then you have friends in the library that you could pair with your giving goals and support the library. So those are some resources that you can put in your section where it's It says books, resources, and then affirmations. This was my affirmation from 2 years ago. As the time change, I'm open to change. In order to grow, I must continue to work on my skills. I am coachable and always willing to learn. I read 100 books a year, continuously expanding my knowledge and perspective. I learn a new word every day, enriching my vocabulary and communication skills. I'm fluent in Spanish, which I'm not, which I was supposed to be, but not, which open doors to new cultures and opportunities. I embrace every challenge as an opportunity for growth and strive to become the best version of myself every day. My dedication to personal development is unwavering, and I am committed to achieving my goals and dreams. So, based on the personal development goals that you set for yourself, if you said, I'm going to do this, I'm going to read this book, I'm going to learn Spanish, I'm going to do this, take all those things after you write out your goals and figure out how to put that into a nice affirmation package, and then write that in your book, and then read it to yourself every day. Record it on your phone and play it so you can remember, hey, these are my personal development affirmations. And then we're on our routine page. So now you want to create routines. So if I said I'm going to read 3 books a month, when am I going to do that? And if I just write it and I don't set up a routine for it, and then next month I'm going to say, oh, I didn't read my books. The good thing for me is I'm in a book club. And so we have it set out where these are the pages we need to read at night. And then we read together in the morning, and then we discuss the book. And so some things you can, when it comes to routines, I have Mentor Monday. So whether you're the mentor or the mentee, make sure you're checking in with your mentor every Monday. What time are you going to do that? Is it going to be a morning, going to be an afternoon, an evening, a text? You know, Masterclass Monday. I don't know if you guys have Masterclass. I love Masterclass. I bought it probably a couple months ago, and it's almost like it's a masterclass. It's like different people. Holly Berry did an awesome class on menopause, which I listened to already 3 times. But if you have that, then every Monday you maybe listen to masterclass for 30 minutes. TED Talk Tuesday. If you decide to listen to TED Talk, okay, every Tuesday for 30 minutes, I'm going to listen to a TED Talk, or I'm going to listen to one TED Talk. Or every Tuesday, I'm going to listen to 2 TED Talks before I go to bed or when I wake up in the morning. New Word Wednesday. Every Wednesday, you're going to learn a new word. And you can set reminders for these things too. So as you set up your calendar, you set up your reminder. Webinar Wednesday. Maybe this is the time that you are either listening to a webinar, or if you are a coach, you're teaching a webinar. Self-development Saturday. That every Saturday you spend 2 to 3 hours. Maybe you work full time. Saturday is the only day you have off. So every Saturday is your self-development Saturday. Automobile University. That is when you are playing motivational, personal development tapes, CDs, MP3s in your car as you're driving. Especially if you have like an hour commute, or if you have like a 30-minute commute. If you have an hour commute up and you have an hour commute back, that's 2 hours to listen to an audiobook. You can listen to an 8-hour audiobook in 1 week. It's possible to finish a book, or 1 book a week in a month. That's 4 books a month. Now, some people don't consider listening to a book, reading a book. I am not one of those people. I believe audiobooks count. So, I usually get both. If I have a book that's really good, if I have a book that I really love, I have all 3. So if there's a book I really love, I have the audio, I have the print, and I have the Kindle. Okay, so those are your routines. I think that's it for that session. So I gave you some ideas for personal development goals. Research how to find the books and people that you need to help you reach those goals. Apps, things like Audible on your phone, things like Even like we were talking about the associations. When I was in insurance agent, there was the national, I think it was a National Sales Association. It was free, and they would send us a newsletter. They would send us information on sales. They would send us tips every day. So if you are in any profession, I would check that out and make sure you join an association in 2025 and be active in that association too, and read the resources. It takes you to a whole nother level. All right. All right. So I know, Deb, you just joined us, but we are about to take a break. So I'm a little early on my session, so I don't want to start too early. Our next class is at 3 o'clock, so it's now 1:43. We have gone through, and some of you guys are still here. My husband is still here. My husband been rolling with me all morning. We talked about our year in review. We talked about our TDA, our tools, our discipline, and accountability. We talked about before steps, things that you need to do before you start setting your goals for 2025. My recommendation is to do that in December, but bragging on yourself, embracing who you are, forgiving yourself, owning who you are by taking your assessments, reflecting, and then expect to change, making room for the things that you're expecting in 2025. Designing your ideal life. What is it you want your life to look like? Actually, a day like today, this is a long day, teaching for 12 hours, but this could be my ideal day where I can get up in the morning, have breakfast with my husband, teach in my own home, go back and have dinner and call it a day, go have fun, that type of thing. But map out your ideal life. What does that look like? Your core identity, taking your assessments, taking your love language, taking your, if you are a believer or you're involved in church, there's the shape, assessment, there's the gifts assessment. I believe anybody who serves in a church in any capacity, this is my personal belief, that you should take a ministries test. You should take the spiritual test, and you should take the gifts test. So that'll align you and tell you where you're supposed to be in serving. We talked about our 1 year, 5 year, 10-year goals. We talked about my 7-step method of reaching your goals. We went through our health and fitness. We went through relationships. We went through finances. We went through home goals. We went through self-care. We went through fun. And we just went through our personal development goals. And I am proud of you guys. I probably lost a bunch of Facebook friends because I'm going live on Facebook, and they're probably like, if this girl stay on my computer one more again. But I've been live since 7 a.m. And so we're going to come back and do our wrap up from 3 to 7. So when we come back, we're going to work on our career development, our family goals, our spiritual goals, our travel, our giving, our routines, our vision board. We're not going to do a vision board workshop. I'm going to talk to you briefly about vision board, but I'm going to do a vision board workshop on January 11th live on YouTube. And then we're going to do our celebration. All right, you guys. So what I'm going to do is, I don't know if I want to log off. I think I'm going to log off and log back on. But for right now, I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to put the music on, and I'll see you guys back at 3. If it lets me run till 3, I'll probably just leave it on till 3. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. All right, go ahead and download your worksheets. If you have your handbook, you can go ahead and catch up to where we are. And then we'll start back at 3 o'clock with our career and development. If you have any questions, this is your time to ask questions. Otherwise, I'll see you guys back at 3 o'clock, and I'm going to leave this up. Hello there, Auntie Shaky. We're about to take a break because I went faster than I'm supposed to. So we're going to come back at 3 for a career development. I'm going to post up the worksheets. But if you have the book, which you do, then you don't need the handouts. The handouts are for those who don't have the book. But all the companion worksheets are here. I think we're up to companion sheet 9, so I'll be uploading some more during the break. So companion worksheets are here. Did you have anything you want to say on camera, Auntie Shaky? I can bring you up. Let me know. Oh, you said no? All right, you guys, so we're gonna get started in about 20 minutes. The way this is going, we'll probably be done before 7 as well. But if you have any questions, I'm here in the chat. So if you have questions either about your handbook, about any of the worksheets, you can ask me. I'm still sitting here. I just didn't want to get too far ahead. All right, family, we'll be starting in 10 minutes at 3 o'clock. Make sure you have your handbook ready or the worksheet. We are going to start with career goals and then we'll go into our family goals. All right, so I'll see you in 10 minutes. If you have questions, you still can put them here. I'm here by my computer waiting if you have questions. I am on mute talking away. All right, so welcome back. Thank you guys for joining me. I know some of you guys still been here all day. Thank you. We started at 7 a.m. I had planned the courses to be about 30 minutes. So when we finished earlier, it kind of made like an hour and a half gap or a 2 hour gap. So I apologize for that. So I'm working on that for next year. We will be here next year. So we're going to go ahead and kick it off with our career development. So have your handbooks ready. Let me text somebody real quick and let her know we're back on. All right, so we're going to go into our personal development goals. And let me move that. So I literally had my assistant make all my slides. And by the time I was going back through the slides and matching it up with what I was going to say, it just became a whole situation. And so I did prepare slides, but I feel like it is more of a distraction for me more than a help. So I'll probably go back and redo some of these sessions and re-upload them with the proper slides. But for now, it's just going to be me. So I'm going to do this, we're on our personal development. We're on career goals. Sorry, we just finished personal development. So the month of August, we work on our, sorry guys. So the goal for the handbook, the goal for the year is to start with, let me take this off. Let me take off this. We'll be back at 3. All right, I'm gonna put this back up here. So the goal is to start with your year in review. You want to start with what happened in 2024, what you want to happen in 2025. You want to get your right tools that you need to help set your goals. You want to make a commitment to stay disciplined. You want to find an accountability partner and a mentor if you can. During the before session of your goals handbook, I got to remember to say handbook because it's been a journal for 14 years. Making sure you go through the before the goal process, before the work process, before you start writing your goals, bragging on yourself, embracing who you are, forgiving yourself, owning who you are as far as your assessments and your love languages and stuff like that, and expecting to change. I think we forget when we set our goals that we forget that we're going to change, especially those of you who have been married. You know, I've been married 32, 33 years. I keep forgetting. I used to get upset when people would forget. Now I'm forgetting. But my husband's been with me in my 20s, 30s, 40s, and now 50s. And so I hope that some of that we changed. You know, there were times when I didn't like flowers, and now I love flowers. I love flowers. And he knows that now and brings them to me, you know, weekly. And there were times when I didn't want to travel, and now I'm traveling. So if you are in a relationship and you had a list, and I'm sorry about your list, because hopefully you don't marry somebody who is like this according to your list, but you're marrying someone that you're going to journey with who's going to change. And so as we work on our goals, we should expect to change as well. If you're reading books, if you're taking courses, if you're attending conferences, if you're meeting new people, I hope that you're changing and not just collecting things that makes you a better person, but that you also take the steps to become that better person. And so we go through our before. We do not move goals from 2024 to 2025. We analyze and see if we still want those goals, if they're still meaningful when we're doing our reflection time. We are designing the life that we want to live, the life that we want to love. We're designing how we want to spend our days. And I really do believe that's how a lot of things are changing now with the younger generation, because a lot of the younger generation, they're saying, hey, I'm not going to be at a job for 40 hours. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. And they're making money online. They're changing the game on how we purchase things, how we do things. Then we worked on our core identity. Talked about our assessments. We talked about being introvert, extrovert. We talked about our strategic goal setting, our 1, 5, and 10-year goals. And then we talked about the 7-step plan. And so now we're working on our career goals. We went through health and fitness, relationship, finance, home, self-care, fun, and personal development. And now we are on career. So in August, the goal would be all of the routines that we talked about earlier. You are still collecting routines. You are still mapping out your schedule. You're still writing out your daily schedule. And now you're adding on top of that your career goals. I'm going to read a quote. The biggest mistake that you can make is to believe that you are working for somebody else. Job security is gone. The driving force of a career must come from the individual. Remember, jobs are owned by the company, but you are the career. Another one is find out what you like doing best and get someone to pay you for it. Find out what you like doing best and get someone to pay you for it. And so I'm just going to read a little bit. We all have dreams about what we hope to achieve in our careers. A career choice is one of the most important decisions you'll make, impacting your financial future, your friendships, and your overall happiness. So whether you're a recent graduate seeking your first job or seasoned professional considering a change, careful planning can help you find meaningful work that aligns with your values and your goals. And so as parents or mentors, we usually ask our kids, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And now we find asking our adult friends, what do you want to be when you grow up? And we're already grown, because we don't like how things are now. We want something different. We want to see change. So now it's time to seriously consider a career change. Maybe you saw yourself as a teacher. Maybe you saw yourself as a lawyer, an attorney, an artist, a doctor, but things took some expected turns and you ended up on a different path. But now you have an opportunity in this age to create something different. I talked to someone before. I had started out singing. I started out looking at some crazy contracts. But now, if you wanted to be a singer, you could just get on and sing. You can get on YouTube and do covers. You can record your own album and print it up yourself and upload it as an MP3. There's a lot of things that, even when I wrote my first book in 1999, we were sending our manuscripts out to people to edit, and they were writing it up in red writing and sending it back. You don't have that anymore. You can literally write a book in a month. You can literally write a book in 30 days. So if you've been documenting your experiences and having everything, in a folder, you could just have someone do that for you real quick. There's Canva, there's KDP. There's so many resources for you today to be able to achieve. If you want to cook and you got some bomb recipes, there's DoorDash. There's so many opportunities for you to right now. You can sell online. So we are fortunate to live in an age where nearly any career path is possible with passion, with a phone, with access to social media. New opportunities are within reach, and we're rethinking the approaches that we were taught as children. So with that in mind, and with your ideal life, and with this new way of how we do things and how we do business, what is your number one career goal? So go ahead, and you guys should have already downloaded your worksheet. If you have your handbook, Why career development matters. A fulfilling career contributes to financial stability and personal happiness. Planning your career ensures alignment with your long term goals, and conscious growth opens doors to new opportunities. So, a goal could be, so we're going through the 7 steps, which is number 1 to write, I will secure a promotion to senior management by June 2025. Or I will launch my online business and earn $10,000 in revenue for the first year. So, in the back of your handbook, some career goals: secure a higher paying position by the end of the year, read 1 book a month related to my industry. So that could also go with your personal development. So if your personal development goal is to read so many books, but yet you are entering a new career, one of those books could be about the new career that you want to pursue. Develop a comprehensive business plan. So if you have a business, you can do a business plan. Attend a minimum of 1 seminar or conference annually. And that could also be 2 goals. That could be a part of your personal development by attending a seminar, and can also be a part of your career development. Launch a new product each year if you have a business. Complete a professional certification course in your field. I used to do lynda.com, and I know lynda.com transitioned over to LinkedIn Learning, but LinkedIn Learning, I haven't looked at that lately, but they had a lot of courses. And I believe they give you certification as well. So I would check. I'm gonna look into that a little bit more, but I believe LinkedIn Learning, you can learn about your profession, customer service, that type of thing. Network with at least 2 individuals every month. That could be a part of your career goals. 1 second. Someone is trying to find it, and I need to send them a link really quick. Sorry, guys. All right, submit your resume. I find that a lot of people don't work on their resumes until they get ready to find a new job. So your resume should be ready. There should be a time, maybe during the month of August when we're working on our career goals. Every August, that could be a goal. Every year, once a year, I will either update my resume or look at my resume. I looked at my resume and I was like, what is that? So you definitely don't want to send a resume and give it to somebody and they say, oh, what is that? And you're like, I don't know, let me see. So some of the stuff we put on these resumes, you want to go by and look at it again. And your bio, maybe you're a speaker or a teacher. Take some time. You probably should look at that more often, but maybe once a year, take some time to look at your resume. Seek out a mentor within your industry. So find someone who's in your industry that could mentor you. Enhance public speaking. So we talked about that in personal development of taking a Toastmasters class, but that also could be for your career as well. So you have some ideas if you're struggling with finding a career goal. You have some ideas. And then you want to balance. Set boundaries for work hours to maintain personal relationships. Schedule regular breaks to prevent burnout. So as you can see, as we go further and further, what I would like for you to do is find a way after you set your goals. Yes, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You're probably like, oh my God, if I have all these routines. But after you set your routines that create success for you, that you can reach your goals in 2025, now you want to blend them with other things. Again, if you're going to the gym, find somebody else that's going to the gym. If you're going to the gym, see if your spouse want to go to the gym. Get your kids to the gym. If you want to go to the park and have fun, get your whole family together and go to the park. And so that will help with your relationship goals. So as you start putting your routines together, start getting people to come with you. And now you have your family goals, you have your fun goals, you have your relationship goals, and you can blend them all in one, if that makes sense. Maybe you want to be a chef. Maybe your career goal is to cook, right? So now you can cook and maybe invite people over every weekend to try your new dishes. So now you're building relationships, you're working on your new career. Maybe you're taking photos of your food, you're uploading it to social media, you're documenting your recipes. Now you have a future cookbook. So figure out how to make the work work. Make it work all the way. All right. As business owners, maybe keeping track of a system that works well. Exactly. All right. So I forgot this year I included some affirmations. And so there's some affirmations already pre-written too for career. I am the architect of my career success. Dedication, enthusiasm, and excellence define my work. I attract opportunities and success in my professional life. Lifelong learning and skill development are my priorities. I am a respected professional in my field. I lead and influence in my workplace and industry. So when it comes to, I remember when I was in a corporate situation, it was very stressful. It was very stressful. I would take information. At one point, so I wrote affirmations and I put them on my computer, like on my computer. So whenever I answered the phone, I would look at it. So while the person is telling me who I wasn't, I was looking at this post-it note telling me who I was. When certain things were happening, I would look at this post-it note. And it began as something for me as far as information, but it kind of became like not a joke, but people would come to my computer just to read my affirmations. They'd be like, girl, let me see that. Let me see that. Let me see that. Okay, bye. It was like a fun thing, but sometimes you might have to put the affirmations on your computer. If you're at work, you could put these on your computer. If they're personal affirmations for home, put those over there. If they're personal affirmation about your finances, put them in your wallet, put them in your purse. And so your affirmations could be in different places depending on when you need those throughout the day. All right, so the 7 steps, you are writing out your career goals, you are balancing them out, you are doing the research. What books, coaches, magazines, resources that you need to read for your career goals. There was a good book. Let me see if I wrote it down. And they have an update too that I'm going to buy. It's on my list. The Startup of You. I really like that book. The Startup of You by Reid Hoffman. They are the founders of LinkedIn. And so that's always like a go-to book for me. I have that here somewhere. But also they have a updated revised version. So I would recommend getting that. Let's see. There's another book called Coach that I really like Coach Your Career. Your Creative Career by Sabino Hanna. What color is your parachute? That's an older version. There's another book too by he's a part of Dave Ramsey's team. Okay, I don't know the name of it. If you are in my Facebook group or if you are in the Goal Setters Mastermind, I will put that there. But there are 2 books that I recommend. I was telling people earlier, I have a couple of libraries. We have one downstairs, we have one up here, we have one here. And so I keep different books on there. But there are some really good books on career and career development. Okay. So finding that there are resources, there are apps that you can use. I like, I think it's How I Built It. I haven't listened to that podcast in a while, but if you're an entrepreneur, a very good podcast to listen to. You can listen to the stories, how people built their businesses and how it came about, that type of thing. And visualize. Visualize yourself successful. I went to ChatGPT the other day and I said, can you make a picture of me speaking with white pants on, a black shirt? I'm holding my microphone, I'm holding a book, and it created a nice photo of me. It created one photo, and then I said, "Oh, can you do this and can you do that?" And I was able to print that out. So you can also print out or get a picture of what you want your career to look like in the future. So you want to visualize. That's step 5. Step 6, act. What routines can you create every week to help you with your career goals? Let me see if I had some routines. I don't think I have any here. So yearly, we talked about yearly or maybe every 6 months updating your resume. So you want to set a goal to say every 6 months, I'm going to look at or update my resume. Every 6 months, I'm going to look at or update my bio. So that way it's not a rush job if you stay on top of it. Or if you have an assistant and you know, hey, you can give that project to somebody else. If you have it written down and you plan it, it's not necessarily that you have to do it. You can have somebody else do it. If you have your bio and you know you need to add some things, hey, add some things to your bio and give it to whoever you need to give it to and say, here's my current bio. Here's the things I want to add. Can you update that for me? So not necessarily something that you have to do, but putting it on your calendar so somebody else can do it. And you can put an alert on your calendar. The podcast is called How I Built This by Guy Raz. All right, let me take that down. So those are some of the routines. Again, some of the similar things for personal development. You want to kind of look at the dictionary, review some new words that's related to your industry, making sure when you're in insurance, there's some different words that we use, and there's different words if you're in life insurance. There's different words that you use if you're a publicist. And so learning those things. Audible.com is a good resource. TED Talk is a good resource. So some of the similar resources as personal development for your career you can use. All right. Are there any questions as far as the career? Any career questions? Okay. So I'm going to move on to the next topic. Those of you who have been with me all day, don't forget, we started our water challenge today. Make sure you're drinking your water. All right, so our next topic is I know it because it's in my book, but I'm trying to find my sheet. So our next topic is family goals. So that's going to be on page 208. Now you can do the family goals 2 different ways. You can work on your personal family goals, or you can work on goals with your family. So a lot of times we would have, when my kids were younger, we had our personal mission statement, we had a family mission statement. We had our personal word of the year, and then we had a family word of the year. So we would put up by the front door what our mission statement was as a family. So when we all walked out the door, we would see it. Now, even as of this past weekend, my youngest daughter is married. All of my kids are married. So they have to have their own family mission statement. They have to have their own vision for their family. They have to have their own word of the year for their family if they choose to do that. And so you can, I would highly, highly encourage you. This is actually how I got started with the whole goal setting process and the whole goal setting book. So I was on Facebook, and I don't even think that the person who inspired me doesn't even know it. But it was around this time in 2009 when the famous posts go up saying, hey, everybody's in the gym this time of the year. Don't worry, they're going to be gone by February. Hey, don't park in my parking space, those of you who are going to the gym, because you're not going to be there in February. And it's like, yeah, everybody's setting their goals, and they're only setting their goals for January, but they don't set them for the rest of the year. And I got offended by that. I was like, I always set my goals. I've been setting my goals since I think I put in one of my earlier books, Peggy, one of my managers at Sizzler that I worked in when I was in school, sat me down and showed me how to work on my goals for the year. And I remember her asking me, hey, put your goals in here. She put them in this box. And then by the end of the year, she brought the box back out and she was able to show me the goals that I had achieved. And so in my head, I'm thinking, well, if I did that and didn't even pay attention, how would I be able to set my goals if I saw them in front of me? And so I always set my goals for the year, but I never did them with my family, and I never asked my family if they had goals. And so when that post came up, I felt like, hey, I need to make sure that my family also sets their goals, and then I want to know what their goals are. So we had our first family meeting and our first family vision board workshop, our first goal setting workshop. And back then I had posted it on Facebook and people were like, oh, what curriculum are you using? I said, oh, it's just something I created. Oh, it's a poster I created, or it's just questions that I created that was just for my family. So that began a spiral of people saying, oh, well, can you teach my kids? And then I ended up having a workshop. Those of you know that story. End up having my first workshop with kids. And it was good. I wonder if I have a picture of that. So I ended up doing that. And what I found was I got to know some of the deep passions of my family members who lived in the same house with me that I had no idea. And so sometimes parents, if you're having an issue connecting with your kids, connecting with your teens, consider sitting down and asking them about their goals. Ask them what they want. Sometimes you think you know, but you don't. Sometimes they tell you what they think you want to hear, or sometimes they say what they think sounds good. But now here's your opportunity to sit down and do this same kind of exercise with your teenagers, with your nephews, with your nieces, and sit down and get real and say, hey, how do you see yourself in 5 years? And how can I help you? How can I assist you? How can I mentor you? What resources can I provide for you to help you to the next level? So as far as family goes, there is a quote that says, all great change in America begins at the dinner table. Change in America begins with your own family. To me, that's the first corporation. So if you have a corporation with your family, then you should have meetings. And that meeting could be at the dinner table. And it could be simple with little conversation. I have conversation cards for everything. And I know somebody was on here earlier who attends one of our meetups, because we meet up out here in Rancho to go over our goals. And we have these conversation cards, and it just breaks everything down. It breaks everybody down. And so have those conversation cards with your family, with your teens, and find out what your spouse's goals are. Sometimes you have your goals, they have their goals, your kids have their goals, and nobody knows what anybody is doing. But it's so beautiful if you all come together as a family and share and create that space of resource and support for each other. Awesome. Another quote. A man travels the world over in search of what he needs and returns home to find it. As the first community and authority which a person learns to live with, the family establishes society's most basic values. At the end of the day, a loving family should find everything forgivable. And so, what are your family goals? I know for years, and finally I'm putting it together. I just ordered a proof of my first cookbook. I've been trying to document my recipes. It's anybody on here that's, I'm not going to say true African American. If you are African American and you had a grandma who never wrote down a recipe, who always did the pinch and the dash and a fistful and a handful of flour. You know, it works when it works, but it doesn't work when you're trying to pass those recipes down to your own kids. So it took me a little bit longer. So all of my recipes, my goal is to try to document them, my chicken, my greens, all of my recipes, so I can leave that behind to my family. That's one of my family goals. And so I just ordered my first draft copy. My husband makes awesome sweet potato pies, so we want to put that in the family cookbook. So some family goals: collaborate on a family project. So a family goal could be getting a scrapbook together as a family, starting a family garden, doing a home improvement together, designate Sundays as a family time. That is another goal, is to have a Sunday dinner, Sunday with the Rileys. So been working on that for the last few years. The hardest part of that was taking off and doing a Sabbath. So having a family Sunday dinner. Organize a family movie night. And that doesn't have to be just your immediate family. It could be the in-laws. It could be other family members. You can start a family chat. A lot of people do Marco Polo. A lot of people do WhatsApp. So you can start a family WhatsApp. You can start a family group in Facebook and communicate and make sure you're updating your events, your milestone, marriages, funerals, family camping trip, having an annual family vacation, family, what do you call it? When the family gets together, I'll remember it later. And I need to write it when I remember it. Oh, shoot. Family. Okay, I remember. Reunion. Having a family reunion. Volunteering together for charity. We used to do that every year when we were part of a certain church. We would go down to Skid Row once a year and volunteer as a family. So yeah, those are some goals. Those are some ideas that you can use for your family goals. Right, balance. Having a family calendar, that's important. Research. There's a book called there's 7 habits of, let me see if I have it. 7 habits of a healthy family, something like that. I don't know why I'm going blank on these books, but there are a lot of family books. There are a lot of, you can also look as far as family fun time, what's available in your city. A lot of cities have programs for families. They have fun events for families. They have resources. And so there's a lot of resources for you there. Affirmations. You can have your affirmations. You can have your family vision, your family mission statement by the door like we did. That'll serve as your affirmations. We are a strong and supportive family who love spending time together. Our family time is meaningful and filled with joy. Because as you read these, you can put it on the refrigerator so your family can read it in the morning. Go over with your little kids so they know. And then visualizing. You know, again, family means different to everybody. I didn't grow up with that close family situation. I created that, try to create that with my family. But have a picture of what family looks like to you. It's going to look different to everybody. And then visualize it. Have that picture up. And celebrate. You know, it was hard for me. Some of you know my story. Some of you don't. It took me 39 years to celebrate my birthday. I never celebrated my birthday. And it was hard for my family. I celebrated my kids' birthdays. They had big birthday parties. I celebrated other people's birthday, but not mine. And so now I'm in a space where I do celebrate quickly and long. So make sure that you are Step 7, celebrating your accomplishments. All right. If there are any questions, we are going to move on to the next topic. All right, guys. So our next topic is spiritual goals. And do I have? I do not. So our next topic is spiritual goals. I thought I had a little worksheet, but I don't. So still going through those 7 steps of your spiritual goals. I'm going to read what's here in the book. Spirituality holds different meanings for different people and can profoundly impact many areas of life. It may influence your choice of partners, your career path, your daily practices, your attire, and more. For some, spirituality is a personal journey. For others, it's a tradition passed on through generations. So in our family, our belief in God is a guiding force. It shapes our decisions and the way we navigate life. And so for the month of October, we dive deep into our spiritual goals and our beliefs. So understanding your spiritual convictions will help you align them with your goals and approach each day with purpose. In this section of your handbook, focus on setting and achieving spiritual goals, reflect on the values and principles that are meaning to you, and consider ways to incorporate them into your daily life. So this might involve prayer, meditation, attending services, engaging in acts of kindness, and service to others. And so you want to spend some time writing out your spiritual goals for October and aligning them up with your daily life. And I was sharing with someone earlier, Six Figure Cisco, that I have a book called Dream Big with God. One of my favorite, even though I wrote it, it's one of my favorite books because I love goal setting. It's that book that keeps me aligned with striving and waiting, striving and listening, striving and making sure that I'm in alignment with what God has for me. And so it's kind of one of those books that it's the book that I wrote that made me finally take a Sabbath. As I was reading one of the chapters that said having a Sabbath was a commandment, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and rest on this day. So you want to take some time to figure out what your spiritual goals are for 2025. And I have some. Join a weekly Bible study at a local church. Attend consistent spiritual or religious services, gatherings, or study groups, like a small group. One of my churches, we always had a small group. Participate in retreats or workshops to explore new ideas and connect with like-minded people. Cultivate gratitude by maintaining a daily gratitude journal. Seek guidance from spiritual mentors or teachers to support your journey. And dedicate daily quiet time for meditation, prayer, or mindfulness practice to connect with God. Like we have a prayer closet. We've had a prayer closet in every house that we lived in. And this house, we did not have a prayer closet. And my daughter's boyfriend at the time, who's now her husband, he was like, well, you got the closet next to the front door. I was like, yeah, but that's the coat closet. He said, well, you can still put coats in there, or you can put the coat somewhere else and keep that. So I had never thought about it. So we just turned that into the prayer closet. And so it's become a place for everybody. Visitors come to the prayer closet, like, hey, it's a prayer closet. We keep our Bibles in there. We keep some Bibles in there. We keep candles in there, not burning ones, but ones with the batteries. We keep anointing oil. We keep prayer requests. We have a board in there. Maybe I'll take a picture and show it to you guys. We keep a radio in there for a speaker in there to listen to music. So it's a great place. So as you're working on your spiritual goals, maybe you want to set up a space for solitude, a place to be quiet, a place to write. So that's an idea for you. What else on the spiritual goals? Any questions so far? Looking at the questions, if you have questions. I have like 80 pages of notes. So it's crazy. Some let's see. So research, of course, if we're talking about because spirituality is still different. Spiritual goals are different for other people. Like I said, my spiritual belief is God. And so I know that looks different to other people. But for me, it would be like what type of resources, Bibles, Bible apps, devotionals, um, radio programs, what else? Radio programs, apps, things like that. So those are the type of resources that you need to help strengthen. They have a lot of devotionals too on these apps. And then affirmation. I am connected to a greater purpose and live in alignment with my beliefs. I approach each day with gratitude and intention. And so you can write out your spiritual goals. So based on everything that you said you want to do this year, take that and create your affirmations. That way you're saying what it is you want to do. And you could put that in your Bible. You could put that in your car. So I would take my affirmations and put them in the places they need to be. If you look on my refrigerator, I have affirmations for the month of January, and I change it every month. And I have that same affirmation inside the prayer closet that I change every month too. So yeah, I think that is. So your routines could be go to church every Sunday. Your routines could go to Bible study on Wednesday, start meditation every day. So you want to take those routines, whatever you're trying to do for your spiritual goals. Some people want to read the Bible in a year. When are you going to read the Bible in a year? What day, what time, how many minutes? So putting that specifically on your calendar. And then once you get your calendar together, you can set it up for alerts. I showed a couple of people my calendar. My alerts come up. It tells me when I need to drink water. Every hour, my phone comes up to say drink water. So you can have alerts. You want to turn your alerts off at the end of the night, hopefully, so you're not just always alerted, when you get to your self-care and your pausing. But those are ways that you can keep your goals at the top of mind is by setting phone alerts. All right, you guys, we're going to be finished way before 7. I know I talk fast. I kind of go through things fast, even though I spent a lot of time working on this content for you guys. I know sometimes I might deliver it in a way where it's quick or fast, but I do spend a lot of time researching, but I have to find a way to slow it down. All right, so if there's no questions, we are going to go into our travel goals, which is November. So November, we take a deep dive into our travel goals. And it took me a minute to even say I wanted to travel. So travel opens doors to new experiences, broadens perspectives, and creates lasting memories. So whether your dream is to explore distant lands or rediscover your hometown, the goal is to set travel goals that align with your lifestyle. Some people like international traveling, some people like local traveling. So it depends on what your preferences are. At one point, I was going to be a travel agent, but I think they saw through my eyes that I really wasn't passionate about travel. I could probably sell it. I thought I could sell it good. I just didn't want to go. So we're starting by writing out your goals. So write out your travel goals. I will visit 3 national parks by December 2025. I will take my first international trip to Paris by summer 2026. I know personally I'm working on seeing my son in Portugal. So that's on my list. That's probably going to be 2 years. If it's not next year, 2 years. Some other goals could be visit Disney World in the summer. I always want to visit Disney World. Buy or rent an RV for summer vacation. Go to the Olympics. First, I need to get my passport, so I need to get that. That's this year. Oh, so I have friends that are in China. I have friends that are in Korea. I have friends that are in Dubai, and so I know it's probably easy to go. I just don't want to go. New York, going to New York to see plays, and you can arrange your travel around your likes. At one point, I said, "Well, I'll travel the world to drink coffee. I would travel the world just to go visit famous coffee shops and have a cup of coffee." So, writing out your travel bucket list, that's a fun thing to do, and you can write out your travel list with your family as well. So, as you balance out your travel, there's solo travel, there's family trip travel, you got romantic travel vacations, mission trips. A lot of churches take mission trips, so if that's a way to actually travel and do good. Okay, so a mission trip, you can travel as a part of your travel goal. You can go on a mission trip with your spouse. Now you got relationship and travel. You can go on a mission trip, and that will be considered giving and charity. And a mission trip is also spiritual if you're going with your church. So that's how you can incorporate your goals and have them all blend together with one thing. You take a mission trip, you got your spiritual, you got your family, you got everything connected to that one goal. And if you did a mission trip every year with your family, now you got a family goal, a travel goal, a spiritual goal. So we want to find out ways to blend all these things together so we can live a more balanced life. Okay, so writing, balance, research. So, research, you can read travel blogs, join travel groups, use apps like Google Flights, research seasonal travel deals or family friendly destinations. Make sure you get a travel agent. So, who can support you, or who do you need? A travel agent that's familiar with, when COVID happened. I worked for AAA for 10 years. And so we had travel agents there. And, some people who did not get travel insurance, some of those trips weren't reimbursed. And so having a travel professional to help you, letting you know what deals, letting you know what specials are happening, letting you know what the new rules are, letting you know about COVID, letting you know about those international things. When's the best time to go here? When's the best time to go there? So making sure you have a travel agent on your list, and they're going to put you on their email list too, so they can help you plan your whole year of travel. And then your affirmations. I am adventurous and embrace new experiences. Travel brings me joy and expands my world. And so creating your affirmations for travel and visualizing, having a photo of you traveling, having a photo of you with your bags. And then act. So creating routines. How are you going to save for your travel? Do you have a savings? Do you have a routine of your savings? Do you have maybe your routine is every Saturday, I'm going to look up a new trip. Every Saturday, I'm going to look through a travel magazine. Every Saturday, I'm going to call my travel agent. Every Saturday or Friday, I'm going to go visit the AAA office and see what's available. Every Friday, I'm going to look at my travel agent's website and go through and see what's there. So you want to have routines, getting packing checklists, making sure you have the right luggage, making sure you have travel clothes. It's nothing like traveling. You're like, okay, I'm traveling now. I got to get a whole nother outfit. I got to get a whole nother bag. I got to get a whole nother this. So those are your 7 steps. Do you have any questions? I don't see any questions in the chat. Oh, this was one of my travel affirmations from 20, I don't know what year this is. I am a world class traveler and I take frequent mind expanding vacations and business trips. My trips are planned to the last detail. I travel first class. I am favored everywhere I go and I receive discounts and deals on accommodations and airfare. My health and safety are covered by God's Holy Spirit and I arrive and return safely on every trip. When the world feels small, I travel. I enjoy experiencing the enormous domain beyond my work and home. Sometimes I escape to places far away, but I know I can also drive down the road or just beyond city limits to partake in a traveler's experience. The world is vast, and I am aware that I am only familiar with a small part of it. My family enjoys the adventure as much as I do. I like sharing the experiences and discussing our discoveries, regardless of where I go. Each time I travel, I expand my world. Today, I intend to create travel plans for this weekend. By using my resources, I can locate sites and recreational areas that I have yet to visit. I am looking forward to my next great adventure. So, one of your routines could be once a week to sit down and read all of your affirmations. They'll get you hyped up. You're like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. So, reading your affirmations does hype you up. And I know we talked about visualization, having pictures of you traveling helps to keep your brain stimulated. All right, I'm going to give you guys a minute, give myself a minute, and we'll move on to our December giving. All right, you guys. All right. I think they was trying to kick me out. Been on here since 7 a.m. All right, so we are going to go through our giving goals, our December goals. So listen, if you've been with me all day, you should have all your goals completed, or at least all of your intentions for 12 areas of your life. This is the last area. So our giving goals. Do you have a number one giving goal for December? I haven't put mine yet, but I believe my goal would be to give every day. That was one of my goals in the previous years, and I was explaining earlier that it's hard, but once you get the ball rolling, like how can I give every day? It started me to thinking, how can I give every day? And so it's like if you go in the grocery store, you know how they say, do you want to give $1? I'd be like, yes. No, I gave that. Okay. And then when I didn't have someone to give to, I would do push pay on my app and give to my church. So I said, okay, every day I'm going to give $2 or $5 to my church if I don't find anybody else to give to. And so if somebody said, hey, you want to buy my book? Yep, that's my thing for today. And I was taking notes. So I think my goal is going to be my number one is to give every day. And so you want to set your giving goals up. I'm going to give you some examples. Let's see. Sample goals. Regularly perform random acts of kindness, such as buying a stranger's coffee or leaving encouraging notes for coworkers. This works really good at Chick-fil-A. I don't know if you ever got Chick-fil-A. I guess I'll call it that. If you ever been in Chick-fil-A line and someone bought your food and then you buy the person next and then somebody just breaks the chain. But that's happened to me a couple of times where I've been into a drive-through and they said, oh, they got it. Oh, that person took care of it. Or coffee. I've done it a couple of times. Donating gently used items to the local thrift store or charity. Contribute at least 10% of your income either to charity or to your church. Commit to a monthly or annual donation to a charity. So I think it's when Colin Kaepernick had his Know Your Rights campaign, I just give $5 a month. And it comes up on my phone each time, just sewing into that because I wanted to support him. Sending dollars to, I have a couple of friends that have churches, and so I give to them. I have friends that are ministry leaders, charity water. So there's things that you can commit to. There's somebody I need to give money to that was on my list that I didn't, but I have a friend who does World Vision every year. So find somebody that you can contribute monthly, find somebody that you can contribute yearly, but get on a regular routine of giving. A lot of times we give money to nonprofits at the end of the year, either because they asked through an end of the year letter or because you're trying to adjust your taxes, but they need money all year. So maybe that nonprofit that you give money to at the end of the year, maybe you can split it up during the year and give them monthly amounts because they need that. You can also volunteer, give your time, your skills to a local nonprofit. You can support small business owners, creative people who are always, writing and painting and art. They need that support. Sponsor a child in another country. And there's a good book by the owner of Charity Water. I don't know the name of it. I should. But if you look that up, it's really good. He has a really good video that I love. So there's a quote saying, you can have everything in life that you want if you just give enough other people what they want. That's by Zig Ziglar. And so this is the final category of the handbook. And so when you're working through January through December, the tax year is upon us. Well, now we're in January. Reflect on causes that resonate with you. If it's foster care, maybe you were a foster child, Maybe you're fighting against sex trafficking, addressing homelessness, assisting single moms, helping kids with disabilities. Make a list of nonprofit organizations. That should have been the worksheet for this one, but it wasn't. So making a list of things that uh, tug your heart and nonprofits that support that, and then figure out a number that you want to give for the year and divide it up amongst those charities. So that's a good way to do it. And don't overlook people in your backyard. You know, you may have coworkers, you may have family members. Sometimes the family members do too much. You can still give to people that are close by. You know, it doesn't have to be international. It could be right by you. So yes, writing out your goals, giving goals. I did give you some ideas for that. Again, you can do personal giving, you can do charitable, you can donate your time, you can donate your talent, you could give advice, causes you believe in. Let's see. There's a couple books on giving, so research. They're Contagious Generosity, Everyday Generosity, which I do have. This one is a really good business book when it comes to giving. It's like a giving business book, the Giving Challenge. But I really do like Everyday Generosity. Is that what I have? There's a book that I just got that I love. One second. I just oh, I just got that book and I love it. And I don't see it, and it has to be up here. But this is another book. I know we're not on this. You Coach You, when we talked about career development. So this is a good book by Helen Tupper. You Coach You. A lot of nuggets in here. So yeah, those are a few good ones. I have a bunch of books on giving, but those are a few ones. But Everyday Philanthropist, that's a book. I just got that one, and it's really good. And then having your affirmation. Let me make sure I'm going in order. So we talked about finding causes that align with your values, commit to generosity by affirmation. So you can create affirmations. I have the power to make a difference through kindness and generosity. Every act of giving strengthens my community and enriches my life. I think this was my affirmation from a while back. I rejoice in giving. Giving to others is a pleasure because it reminds me that I am blessed. I count it a privilege to be able to give. Every day I'm showered with blessings, which I look forward to sharing with others. When I give to others, I am the one who benefits. Seeing the look of joy on someone's face after receiving my gifts makes it worthwhile. My giving comes from the heart. Therefore, I continue to give even when I feel empty. I give freely with no strings attached. I refrain from competition, comparisons, and boasting because I give based on what I can give, regardless of what others may give. I choose to give free from pressure. I put a lot of time and thought into my giving. Before I offer a gift, I'm filled with joy and excitement in anticipation of the reaction of the recipient. Today, I choose to make an impact on the lives of those around me by lovingly opening my arms. After all, the more I give away, the more I gain. And so, based on the giving goals that you set for yourself, that's going to look different. You can say, I give to charity. I support kids all over the world. So, your giving affirmation is going to sound different than my giving affirmation. And then visualize yourself giving, visualize yourself handing out food to the poor, visualize yourself giving out checks to charity. So whatever you see yourself doing, however you see yourself giving, then you want to create a visual for that. And inside of your handbook, there is a space for you to put that. There's a space at the end of each one to put your picture. So you just want to cut out your picture, put your tape on there, and that should serve as motivation for you. All right, and then celebrate. The end of the year, they send you a end of the year letter. Collect your letters, put them together and say, hey, here's how I contributed to the world last year. Here's who I gave to last year, and just create a celebration ceremony. All right, you guys, so that is all of our goals for the year, January through December. And I believe there are 2 more categories. Let me see what those are. That we'll do before they kick me off. This live. So building routines for success, vision board, and our closing. So we can probably get that done in 30 minutes. So I'm going to go through building routines for success. All right, give me a second. All right, you guys. So real quickly, I'm going to go through sample routines. So, there was a book called Atomic Habits. That's a huge seller. And I've always been, like, when I talk about SMART goals, and I have SMARTer goals, it's execution and routines, because I really believe that the routines is what's going to help the goal setting process easier. So when you set your goals and you go through the whole process of the SMART goal and making sure it's specific and measurable and attainable, and you do all that, you want to create routines that help you stay focused on that particular goal right away. And so if my goal is to have clearer skin, then what routine do I need to have? A morning and a face routine. Okay, get my morning routine, get my evening routine, get my supplies, put it on the calendar. Okay, my goal is to lose 15 pounds. Okay, how are you going to do that? Well, I'm going to exercise 30 minutes a day. When? Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Put it on the calendar. My goal is to write 5 books by the end of 2025. Oh, okay, when are you going to do that? I totally underestimated this goal-a-thon, even though I've been working on it for months. I knew the task of teaching for 12 hours or putting together the slides, and I had 2 assistants. And I still underestimated the capacity and what I was looking for and the vision. And so if you're saying, hey, I want to do an event, or I want to write a book, I want to start a company. Well, how much time are you going to spend planning so you can execute? And how many people do you need to help you? Because sometimes we're doing these one-woman shows and this one-man show, and you got to get some people behind you to help you pull off some of these big goals that you have. I want to buy a house by the end of the year. What does that tell? What does that entail? You know, are you saving? Do you need a realtor? Are you looking at places? Are you getting your credit together? You know, so now you got to set these routines in place so you stay consistent so you can reach that goal by the end of the year. Hey, I want to take my marriage to the next level. How are you going to do that? Every Monday is Marriage Monday. I'm going to spend 1 hour with my spouse, getting our marriage together, talking about our marriage. We're going to go to marriage counseling. We're going to have a marriage therapist. We're going to go on a date. I want to build a better relationship with my kids. What does that look like? What kind of relationship? How much time are you going to spend together? When are you going to do that? Which kids? All three at the same time? Only one? You're going to do it virtually? You're going to call? You're going to go see them? So sometimes we have these goals, we write them down, and at the end of the year, we're not successful because we haven't put the routines together. I want to grow my hair out by the end of the year. Okay, how are you going to do that? You're going to oil your scalp. What days are you going to do that? You're going to brush it out. You're going to have. So now you need a beautician to help you to blow dry your hair. Like, it takes what it takes. Sometimes it just takes what it takes. And that used to frustrate me so much when I was trying to work on stuff. It's like, oh, I want to write 3 books. And it's like, girl, you want to write 3 books. But if you don't pace out the time for writing, the time for editing, the time for sending it to somebody and them sending it back, 3 books will not be written. So based on the goals that you set for yourself, what type of routines do you need to set in place and how often in order to reach that goal by a certain time? Because if you're trying to finish a degree by a certain time, and that's one good thing about schools. If you have a good counselor, they're going to tell you, hey, if you want to finish this degree, you need to take these classes, you need to take these type of classes by this amount of time, by this type of day, you need to take this type of test, you need to write this type of paper, and then by this time you will have graduated. And you follow that. So now we have to put that same type of plan together for our own life so we can get so we can be successful in the goals that we set for ourselves. If you guys are here and you have any questions, go ahead and ask questions. We have one more small session after this. It's going to be on vision boards, but I'm not going to do a vision board workshop. I'm just going to go over the vision board section, and then we're done for the day. 3 hours early, we're done. Thank you guys for rocking with me all day. Now, if I have 11 goals, and my goal is to travel, my goal is to give, my goal is to lose weight, my goal is to spend more time with my family, but one of those goals is to organize the garage, when am I going to do that? You'll be organizing the garage for 4 years. Ask my husband. Ask me and my husband. So until you put on there every 2 weeks on the second Friday of every month at 7 p.m., I'm going to spend 1 hour organizing the garage. And then putting it on the calendar and getting an alert. Right? If one of your goals is to take a detox bath every Saturday, then you have to put that on the calendar for yourself to take a detox bath every Saturday. And if you have kids, then maybe every Saturday your mom is coming, or your babysitter, or somebody's there helping you babysit so you can actually take the detox bath. I know I keep saying it takes what it takes. So this part of getting your routines together is so vital to your success in reaching your goals. Having a calendar, having a planner, having notifications on your app, having a reminder to do those routines, and the discipline to not ignore it. I have an alert every day that tells me to get on the treadmill. So I just need to get on it. So having that discipline. So make sure you're mapping out your daily, your weekly, your monthly, and your yearly routines. So again, if we're talking about career goals, okay, updating your bio, updating your resume, are you going to work on that daily? Are you going to work on that weekly? Are you going to work on that monthly? You probably don't need to do that unless you're changing jobs every day, just 2 times a year. So now as you're putting together and planning out your year, okay, every June and every December, I create a new resume, right? Okay, so unless you guys have questions about routines, there is a worksheet. What is one small routine you can start today that will bring you closer to your goals? I'm also going to share with you a book that I have called Move the Needle. It is a booklet. Small, fits in your purse, fits in your backpack. And you write out your 5 daily activities that you need to do every single day in that particular month to move the needle. And there's a section for your business and there's a section for your personal. And these are, you identify what it is you want to see changed. And every day in January, you do these 5 activities for your personal self that move the needle. And every day you do 5 activities that move the needle for your business. And that helps you with your routines. Routines are the foundations of success. By creating simple, sustainable habits and building consistency, you'll make steady progress towards your goals. So the first thing is doing our pre-work, doing the pre-work, then setting your goals, and then having those routines and being disciplined enough and having the accountability, right? Right, you guys. So that is our routines, unless you have a question. And I am going to move on to our vision board session. So on the vision board worksheet that you download, I'm not sure if I uploaded that yet. I'll probably do that after this session. I have a list of things that you need for your vision board. And there's also a list inside of the handbook. So if you have the handbook, there's a vision board list. I don't even really need this. I can just talk about vision boards. I have been doing a vision board since at least 2009. And I had started a vision board workshop with my family every single year. And we have one coming up on January 18th here at our house. I start 3 simple ways of a vision board. And I'm going to have a live vision board workshop January 11th here on YouTube. I believe that there's 3 steps to creating your vision board. One is to write and balance and create. So before we cut any pictures, we write out our number 1 goal for the year. If you don't reach any goals, what's the 1 goal that you want to reach? Your number 1 goal in those 12 areas that we discussed today. So whatever your number 1s were, your number one fitness, your number one relationship, your number one finance, your number one travel goal, your number one giving goal, all those number ones. Yes, you have other goals, but your number ones, those are the ones I use for my vision board. So those are the ones that I use for my vision board. So you want to write out your goals. You want to balance them out with your giving, your travel, your finance. Then you want to find those photos that reflect that. And then you want to create your board. So if you search me on Amazon, Sheréa VéJauan, I have a vision board planner, and it's divided in those areas. And you cut out the photos, and then you can put them on your vision board. So it's simple, but I also believe that in your photos, you also want to include photos of you doing the thing. And so if you want to travel, yes, get the suitcase, get the airplane, but maybe find a tiny picture of yourself and stick it on the airplane, stick it by the suitcase, you holding the suitcase, so you see yourself in those travel goals. So yeah, we do vision board parties. We do vision board, I call them workshops. We do vision board workshops every year. I do that with my family, and then I invite friends. I used to do them out publicly too, but it just became a lot with selling tickets and that type of thing. So if you have any questions about your vision board, and then I'll be here live January 11th doing a vision board workshop. So those of you who are on my email list, we'll get that out to you so you can get your supplies. If you download that worksheet, you know what supplies to have. Just get that, bring your family, bring your boards, and we'll do our vision board party, our vision board together on January 11th. All right. All right, you guys. So 4, 5, 6, 7. We are leaving a little bit early today because your girl be talking fast. I want to thank you so much. You know, I have 12 people who are physically watching either from like a YouTube or Facebook. And then I am streaming live on my Facebook page, which has like 1,900 people on it. I'm streaming live on my Coach Sheréa page. I'm streaming live on YouTube, and I'm streaming live on, I think that's it, on 8 channels. And I want to thank you for joining me. I want to thank you for believing in yourself this year and your dreams. I want to thank you for including me because I am very passionate, if you can't tell. I'm very passionate about people reaching their goals and having the resources that they need, because I didn't have that growing up, where I felt like if somebody would have came alongside me and gave me what I needed with the resources, that I would have found out some things a lot earlier. If someone would have told me, hey, do you know you can become a writer? That it was actually in a career, and they would have walked beside me and gave me the resources that I needed and told me that it's possible. And so my goal is to be that for you. My goal is to be that for, I hope that eventually the passion would support me monetarily, financially. But in the meantime, whatever that looks like, my goal is to always do that and to always be there and to always provide resources, to create resources, to give resources, to be a resource. And so I want to sincerely thank you for being a part of my first annual Goal-A-Thon. I know there's a lot more work to do. I know I'm so excited about next year and to replan and to put this together. But eventually, I see this as a primary source for people every year to come to a place where we can work on our goals together, where we can uplift each other, where we can provide resources for each other. And so this is the beginning. And then you guys have witnessed day one. You guys have witnessed what the beginning looks like. And so I thank you for that, and I appreciate it. I hope that I've added value to you today. I hope that you've learned something today, either about me or either about you. I hope that you have work to do And I hope that I've made your work easier by providing you with the resources that you need to move forward. And so, thank you. And I will see you again next year uh, at our second annual Goal-A-Thon. It's going to be Thanksgiving weekend. Or maybe we'll do January 1st again. I'm not sure. All right. You guys have an awesome, awesome new year. And I will see you again next year. Bye for now.